क्रेकिन मार्क पे चलता हूँ। ओ ओ गौरव का मैसेज आया, इसको लैंड करवा देता हूँ। ओ मैंने ऑफलाइन किया हुआ है। बूम, आई एम हियर। हेलो एरन। टॉप है लॉबी तो बिल्कुल। क्या हाल है एरन? खाना वाना हो गया? वीडियो बना रहा था यार, आज मैं एडिट कर रहा था वाले फनी वीडियो को।
हेलो
2 मिनट की हुई है। हेलो हेलो हेलो।
आ रही है ना बच्चे?
हाय।
आ रही है।
तू बोलना जरूरी था बीच में।
क्या हाल है RTX?
नहीं यार ये भाई बढ़िया भाई, आप बताओ।
बढ़िया।
क्या हाल है RTX?
अभी अभी, हाँ अभी तो कर रहा था। अरे बढ़िया आंटी भाई। अभी नहीं, मतलब सुबह कर रहा था। 11 बजे के अराउंड।
चल रहे हैं फिर ब्रूट अनीश कोई बताओ
क्या हुआ?
किधर चल रहे हो?
कहीं भी चल रहा है यार।
बता ब्रूट
रोड मार्क, हंटर ने मार्क किया है। कहाँ किया है?
बूट कैंप।
चलो बूट कैंप में साइड में उतरना है। उतरो तो फिर मेन उतरो।
देख लेना आपने मुझे
चलो ओके।
मैं न्यू प्लेयर हूँ ना भाई, मैं
आई 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 कोई नहीं।
बहाने बना लो इसे हंटर से और आप
मस्त है ना यार नहीं इमोट। इसको डालूं क्या वीडियो में?
तीर भाई रावण की तरह नहीं यार।
मेरा मस्त लैग होने वाला है, दिख रहा है मेरे को।
ये तो जबरदस्त वाली हंसी यार। मैं वापस आ रहा हूँ भाई, किस लैंडिंग पे बढ़िया है।
ओ भाई दोनों उतर गए। मैं भी वापस आ रहा हूँ, मैं भी वापस आ रहा हूँ।
भाई को गन दिख रही थी भाई, मैं मुड़ गया एकदम।
अंडर कवर दे दूंगा अगर आएगा तो।
हंटर ही मना कर रहा था और हंटर ही घुसा हूँ।
सही है ना? पीछे से आ रहा है कोई तो।
तुम्हारे आ रहा है, हमारे नहीं। Pgis। आ गया मैं, आ गया।
फिर मैं भी चल रहा हूँ। अच्छा लगेगा डाल दूँ। क्या भजिया तलनी है क्या डीबीएस
अंदर है
लेके?
क्या कोई? पता नहीं, मुझे लग
यप।
रहा है वहाँ पे कोई है।
है कोई
पे
है।
हेलमेट नहीं
है।
है लग।
यप। कोई है कोई है कोई है उधर है।
ये तो 11 का हेलमेट है। नीचे वाले को क्लियर करें या साथ में?
कर सकते हैं। मार्क पे मेरे दो दो
छत पे के अंदर है?
अंदर है। सेकंड फ्लोर ओपन में आया। अंडरग्राउंड गया राइट वाली बिल्डिंग पे। आओ।
नहीं यार, हेड पे लग गया उसकी सारी गोलियां मेरे को।
ब्रूट कोट है ना?
आ रहा है वो, नीचे से आ रहा हो। पीछे से पीछे से पीछे से पीछे पीछे पीछे। बढ़िया बढ़िया।
एक और है क्या?
एक और एक और।
उठा रहा हूँ मैं। ऊपर से आएगा इधर से।
नहीं यार,
अरे मेरे सामने आ गए
कैसे
तुम।
मार
एक
सकते हैं?
तुम मेरे सामने आ गए भाई। हेलो 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 अरब, कोनी चावा। क्या होता है फिर? अरे अरे अन्ना, लगा लिया मैंने अटेंडेंस। चलो तुम लोग के लिए वीडियो जल्द आएगी, कोशिश करता हूँ कल तक आ जाए।
करते ही नहीं मानना।
क्या हो गया? वीडियो एडिट करने लगा हूँ मैं, वीडियो हो भी गई है थोड़ी सी एडिट। ये समझो 2 मिनट की एडिट हुई है अभी, बट कोशिश करते हैं उसे कम से कम 6 7 8 मिनट के आसपास बूस्ट दे दूँ वीडियो को। 8 मिनट की सोच रहा हूँ मैं वैसे वीडियो।
अभी तो मेरे 130 आ रहे हैं।
अच्छा कोनी शिवा 54 भाई।
अभी मेरे 120 पहुंच गए, 15 पहुंच गया।
भाई कितनी भीड़ है। अरे पबजी मोबाइल तो खेला था आपके साथ आरब उस दिन। और अब
बोलो।
परियों के ख्याल हो गए। हेलो हेलो।
हम्म,
एक बंदा उतरा इधर पे, क्लोज मार्क पे
मुड़
मेरे।
गया वो। हंटर के घर पे जा रहे हो? हंटर मारना, तेरे घर के अंदर घुसा है वो।
दो लोग यार, एक नॉक है इधर लेफ्ट, एक और है वो। रश कर रहा है गौरव देख के।
किधर से?
राइट 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 राइट।
अच्छा
कोई नहीं
भाई।
कोई नहीं कोई नहीं कोई नहीं कोई नहीं। मेरे को किल मिल गया, स्क्वाड वाइप हो गया। दूसरी स्क्वाड थी, पूरी स्क्वाड थी शायद ये।
भाई पूरा खाने के लिए आ रहे हैं भाई, पूरे
ऐसे ही
खाने के
होता
लिए आ रहे लोग।
है, ऐसे ही होता है। अरे पबजी मोबाइल और पबजी मोबाइल लाइट तो सेम ही है यार, दोनों सेम है वो। छी 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 छी, ये क्या देख लिया मैंने?
मैं मैं तभी तो पैंजर नहीं चलाता भाई। देखा?
अरे मुरी मैया।
ये क्या देख लिया भाई मैंने? खून की उल्टी क्यों नहीं हुई मेरे को?
ये देखने से पहले राजू तलवार मर क्यों नहीं गया?
ओ बच गया ब्रूट। नहीं, ब्रूट की बॉडी पे, अंदर अंदर अंदर। नहीं चढ़ेगा, हील करेगा वो, हेल्थ नहीं है उसकी।
भाई यार।
ओ
भाई यार,
मेरे
मेरे
में लैग हुआ,
और क्या हो नहीं।
रेंडर हुआ। नहीं नहीं, डिफरेंट नहीं है। आपने खेलने की बात करी, आपके साथ खेलने के लिए, और वो चीज़ मैं ऑलरेडी कर चुका हूँ। अरे,
लगा दे, कुछ मैच ही है अभी भी।
मेरा मार के तो टाइम बाद लगा।
हम्म। कौन सा मुझे बता, मैं कर।
ओ, चढ़ क्यों नहीं रहा यार ये? गलत है। हर जगह बंदे खड़े हैं।
भाई ये जीप सा दिखने लग गया हूँ ये तो। आप
एक भी कमेंट को चिकन डिनर ने मतलब समझा नहीं आ रहा मैं। ओ ओ ओ ओ ग्लिच कर देता हूँ थोड़ी देर के लिए। कहाँ चल रहे? हासिंदा।
हसिंदा
ओके
हसिंदा।
हासिंदा।
ऑल पे भी कोई बोल रहा है हासिंदा।
आपकी बात नहीं समझा रहा हूँ मैं। अच्छा पैराशूट है यार इन लोगों का, और मेरा रेंडर भी होता है।
अरे लिया है।
श्राउड।
हाँ, श्राउड का पैराशूट लेकर आ रहा है भाई। वो बंदा तुम्हें भी दिख रहा है, एक बंदा बीच से भाग रहा है।
वो क्या है वो भाई?
भागो, रखा, भाग भाग भाग।
उसके साथ क्या हो रखा? दिख रहा मेरे को, दिखा। उसी को ही मारा हूँ।
दो गन नहीं है यार, एक ही है।
मेरे से ले लो, मेरे से ले लो, गेम पे ले लो। ऊपर है अभी भी कोई।
रूट सामने बंदा है तेरे। ये ले ये ले।
नहीं अंटर।
दोनों का हो गया लपेड़ा।
ऊपर गैंग बैंग हो गया हमारा, दो लोग हैं।
ओ भाई क्या शॉटगन चला रहा
इस
है ये।
पे भी गैंग बैंग हो गया।
डबल बैरल तभी से लगती है मुझे कि दूर से मारा उसने चलते।
कोई नहीं कोई नहीं। अरे ऐसा कुछ नहीं यार, अब चिकन डिनर करता
देखा
हूँ
भी
मैं।
नहीं है शायद उसने मेरी तरफ, मुझे ऐसा
देखते
लगा।
नहीं हो आप? काफ़ी हार्ड भी होता है, और चिकन डिनर भी करता हूँ मैं, ऐसा नहीं। बेचारा बच जाएगा,
नहीं होगा नहीं।
बच जाएगा, बच जाएगा। ऐसा कुछ नहीं यार, गलत देखा आपने। क्या सही मोड है यार ये, मस्त है मतलब एकदम ये, मजेदार ही मोड है। अरे बिल्कुल आरव, स्टार्ट करो आप, मैं सपोर्ट करूँगा आपको। ओ पकड़ लिया ना इस बार, इस बार तो आ गया मैं अंदर। मेरे वाले घर पे एक बंदा है। मारना आ रहा है शायद। यप।
पीछे की तरफ आ जाओ, तुम निकल गए।
आ गया मैं, गन मिल गई थी उसको। गन को इंस्टॉल कैसे करूँ? वो इंस्टॉल है ऑलरेडी देख, ऑलरेडी इंस्टॉल्ड है। वहाँ पर जो क्रैक डाउनलोड किया ना, उसे कॉपी करके उसे वहाँ पर पेस्ट कर देना और रिप्लेस कर देना बाकी फाइलें। और जब रिप्लेस हो जाए तो वहाँ से लॉन्चर है, वहाँ पे लॉन्चर लिखा है उस पर, ब्लू कलर का है वो, उससे लॉन्च कर लेना, डायरेक्ट गेम ओपन होगा। हीलिंग है क्या किसी पे?
मेरे पास है।
मिल गया मिल गया। 6x ले लेना चाहिए तो किसी को, मेरे पास है।
चला इसको मार के आते, अगर मिलेगी ना।
यप चलो। स्टेयर्स पे ही है, यहीं पे है राइट में।
बहुत लो है, घुस जा पहले मार के उसको।
ऊपर गया, ऊपर वाले फ्लोर पे गया। कौन से फाइल रिप्लेस करूँ? जो क्रैक डाउनलोड करोगे उसे कॉपी करके पेस्ट करना आपको। इधर नहीं है, ऊपर है ऊपर ऊपर, सेकंड फ्लोर।
ओए
चलो आ जाओ आ जाओ। इससे ऊपर वाले पे।
उसका बैकअप भी आ गया।
तो पहले बैकअप क्लियर कराओ नीचे आके।
फ्रांस का भाई स्मोक क्यों कर देते हो यार?
दिख ही नहीं रहा है मेरे को भी कुछ। वेट कर रहा हूँ मैं। बैकअप नहीं
बैकअप
आया।
कहाँ गया भाई उसका?
साउंड तो आ ही नहीं रही बैकअप की मेरे को। शायद नहीं आया।
यहाँ से हम लोग आए हैं ना उस बिल्डिंग में।
ओके ओके, आओ फिर इसको क्लियर करेंगे। राइट साइड था शायद।
लो है, एक शॉटगन पड़ी है, एक शॉटगन पड़ी है, उसको मार दे।
बहुत सही खाया भाई। सोलो था ये, बैकअप नहीं था इसका कोई। बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर था। मेरा तो लैग कर जाता है यार फालतू में। मैं जाऊंगा ऐसे थोड़ा बहुत करके, ज़्यादा नहीं खेलना आज। Somehow.
कोई नहीं, अब का टाइम भी आएगा। तो मैंने वो शॉटगन मारी भाई उसके मुंह पे, मरा नहीं वो साला वो।
कोई नहीं। अरे मेरे पास एक तो हेलमेट था, लेवल 1 वेस्ट और वो लेट गया एकदम से उसी टाइम।
बढ़िया प्लेयर था भाई।
अच्छा प्लेयर था।
अगर हंटर भी साथ में ही होता ना हमारे, तो वो खा जाता, वो ले जाता।
हाँ तब साथ में तो
रीलोड
हो
पे आ
जाते।
गई थी उसकी गन, रीलोड पे आ गई थी उसकी गन।
कोई नहीं।
ए हंटर कोई नहीं, तो बोलेगा नहीं क्या उसके बाद फिर?
मौन व्रत रख लिया उसने। पीछे हूँ।
ऊपर ही जाना है। शॉटगन 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 इसमें लगी हो उसको।
नॉक दे ऊपर। एक और है, एक और है, एक और है। अरे यार तो राइट से राइट से एक स्क्वाड और पुश कर रहे हैं तुम लोग का।
नहीं यार ब्रो, नीचे से बंदा है।
3 स्क्वाड थी, ये दूसरी स्क्वाड थी जो तुमने मारी है। एम्प्टी दिसंबर मतलब समझा नहीं आ रहा मैं।
होता है भाई, सारे दिन एक जगह थोड़ा जाते हैं। नहीं, आगे वाला तो नॉक ही होगा क्योंकि वो उस पर पहले गोली है, उसी पे चलाएगा वो।
ओ भाई ठीक है, देख लिया ना।
रीलोड पे आ गई थी, कोई नहीं, वैसा तो चलता रहता है यार।
अरे आग लगनी चाहिए थी यार, ये आग पर खड़ा है। किसी किसी किसी
अरे जो स्टीम होता है ना, वहीं पर ही जब प्ले का ऑप्शन आता है ना, उसी के बगल में लिखा रहता है।
क्या चीज।
यार कितने घंटे हो गए खेले हुए।
लेवल तक की बता सकते हो थोड़ा बहुत। हंटर के अराउंड होंगे 170। मैं जाऊंगा थोड़ा बहुत खेल के।
फिर
2-3 मैच और, फाइनल आज।
हम्म, क्या
एक ही स्क्वाड है। शॉटगन है उसमें। राइट रेलिंग।
लो है उनका एक बंदा, यूएमपी वाला लो है था उनका यार।
ओके। एक सामने भी है 10 वाले एरिया पे। ठीक है, छोड़ी थी उन लोगों ने यार।
एक और है यहीं पे, ठीक है।
यूएमपी वाला कहाँ गया वो? ओ अच्छा। कैम
हीलिंग ही नहीं है उसमें।
ऐसे तो नहीं है। अरे क्या बोलते हो तुम लोग, Pgis देखोगे क्या? अगर मैं स्ट्रीम करूँगा तो।
सर्वाइविंग
अरे जाए।
चलना है। ऊपर हो रही है, ठीक है, लड़ाई है यहाँ हो रही है शायद। एक ऊपर वाले को पहले मार दो।
हेलो सुभाष भाई। ओ Pgis लाइव हो गया।
हिल वालों को मारते हैं पहले यार। अच्छा एनमार्टी नीचे है, हिल
हैप्पी वाले जाए भाई।
तो ये ऊपर से हमको नीचे मार सकते हैं ना एक बार।
अरे वही वही, इतना स्टटर हो रहा है देखो मेरा।
दिखाओ मुझे मेरे मार्कर में, देख लिया उसने।
लास्ट है विंचेस्टर उधर है 195।
नहीं यार मेरी एकदम इतनी क्यों उठ रही है यार?
चढ़ क्यों नहीं पा रहा मैं?
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत ही बढ़िया।
अरे ब्रूट की बहुत अच्छी स्पेसिफिकेशन है भाई। विनी वाला मारा क्या उन्होंने? मेरे को लग तो नहीं रहा वो विनी वाला मारा। मिस्टर कहाँ गया हुआ था?
दूसरा बंदा कहाँ मारा वो ना?
ओ स्टटर हो गया भाई। क्या क्या चलता रहता है गेम।
बैंडेज नीचे है।
अरे बढ़िया सुमित, तुम बताओ कोलैब की वीडियो नहीं भेजते? है ना? ये बताओ पीजीआईएस कौन कौन देखने वाला है? लाइव आ गया फिर से। लिटरली 48-50 फ्रेम्स आ रहे हैं यार मेरे को।
लड़ाइयाँ
हैप्पी होली सुमित भाई। ओ, उसको कवर देने गया था मैं। जी जी। मुझे लगा उसको थोड़ा सा टाइम मिल जाएगा रिकवरी का।
घर पे कुछ जाना, घर पे
मेरे
कुछ
मार्क
जाना।
वाले घर पे। हाँ सॉन्ग सुना था ना मैंने वो। यार क्या घर पे घुसूँ, मेरा इतना रेंडर हो रहा है। 5-2
Looted है ये?
इतने फ्रेम्स आ रहे हैं। 5 और 2 फ्रेम्स
ऊपर
में मैं
जाने
घर पे
का
क्या घुसूँ भाई? इधर होता।
नॉक हुआ है वो सर।
कुछ है भी नहीं यार। अच्छा है, अच्छा मैंने मैसेज किया था देखो आपको, रात में मैसेज किया था मैंने सुन के। कैंप करके बैठा था कुछ।
यार ये बंदा दिख ही नहीं रहा भाई मुझे।
होल्ड करके बैठे सब लोग।
हंटर आइयो पर नीचे को क्यों जा रहा तू? और
एक रिज के ऊपर है, नॉर्थ वेस्ट।
नहीं नहीं, एक नीचे है कहीं, यही मेरे मार्कर पे। बच रहे थे पे। मुझे तो दिख ही नहीं रहा भाई।
रश ऑन लो पे क्लोज जाना है क्या?
अपने नीचे कोई आया है क्या?
पता नहीं।
कंट्रोल तो ऊपर ही है। ये मिनी वाले ने परेशान कर रखा है मुझे। दिख गया यार मिनी वाला। एक लगी है उसको। वो तो अपने नीचे लग रहा है ये बंदा। ठीक है ध्यान से रहियो।
इधर है कॉर्नर में। कार 98 सपोर्ट भी मिल रहा है और इसको ये उठा लो क्या?
एंटर आगे चल दो। वहां से नीचे से मत आइयो ठीक है।
2 स्क्वाड्स है अभी भी।
बैठा हुआ है नीचे।
पहाड़ पे 2 बंदे अब भी। घर में प्रॉब्लम होती है मुझे भेजे को खाना। अरे
एक नॉक है।
ओके ओके आ रहा।
घरों पे भी है क्या बंदे?
हाँ
सामने।
इस पे भी है। वेस्ट तोड़ दिया मेरी।
वेस्ट हेलमेट खा गया उनको।
हेलो निक। मैं फिर से पीजीआईएस लाइव करूंगा आज भाई लोग। अगर तुम लोग का सर दर्द होगा तो कोई बात नहीं। आज आखिरी दिन है असल में। अरे
भाई उसने नंबर लिखा हो नोट करके गाली दे देगा उसको।
जरूरत थोड़ी है इंडिया का।
कहीं का भी हो वही नहीं लग जाता है। ले तेरे लिए एक ही है।
मेरा तो यार पैकेट लॉस ही अलग जा रहा है भाई। नशे करके बैठा है पैकेट लॉस ही। नाइस।
तुम भी
नहीं बचाऊंगा।
नॉक है भाई।
पहला ही नॉक है पर ब्लीड पता नहीं क्यों इतना हो रहा हूँ मैं।
नहीं सेकंड नॉक है तुम्हारा।
इससे पहले कहाँ हुआ बताओ? हाँ सेकंड है
इससे पहले
सेकंड
SKS
है।
से
यप
नहीं
यप
पड़े
यप
थे?
सेकंड है। यप एसकेएस।
जहाँ ब्रूट
ब्लैंक
नॉक
नहीं
हुआ
होगा।
था।
बहुत ओपन है यार। वो कैंप कर रहे हैं लिटरली और कुछ नहीं कर रहा। 3:50 पे लाइव होगा, तभी मैच स्टार्ट होगा क्योंकि पीजीआईएस।
मुझे गाड़ी लेके चल रहे हैं भाई यहाँ से। गाड़ी है भैया, गाड़ी लेके तो पक्का।
अरे 6x लेके बैठा था ये अंदर, बिल्कुल।
मेरे पास 10 बैंडेज है यार अभी। जिंदगी के आखिरी दिन।
सही है यार, इन लोगों को तो लैग ही नहीं करता।
घुसेड़
इतना
दे,
इजी तो लैग
घुसेड़ दे,
होता है
घुसेड़
बस।
दे। बंदे हैं यहाँ पे।
क्या घुसेड़ा है, मजा आ गया। अरे लेफ्ट से पढ़ सकते हो उसको। हाँ अब देखता हूँ, मतलब लिंक भेजो मेरे को डिस्कॉर्ड पे। गौरव पिक मत लेना, हिल पे बंदा। लेफ्ट हिल ओपन ओपन लेफ्ट, और हाँ मिड ऊपर, हाँ और ऊपर मिड, हाँ। क्या हो गया यूनिक? यूनिक से हटा के नाम एंटीक रख लो यार तुम, सच्ची बता रहा हूँ। अंदर को देखते हैं, अंदर पे 6x है यार।
टूटा वेयर हाउस कौन सा है भाई?
ऐसे ही मजा आएगा देखने में। इजी किल स्टन
एक ही
होने से।
बंदा बचा है ना?
I can't be that old। अरे
इसके
इसी
अंदर
घर
बैठा
में
हुआ है भाई।
सही स्टेट्स थे।
एक और बंदा है उनका।
बिना मतलब के बिना होंगे यार।
तू भी मत आ, मैं निकल नहीं पा रहा हूँ।
सही है। और जाओ लूटने।
एक और बंदा बचा है, मैं फंस गया यार।
और
इसलिए
कहाँ?
बोलते हैं लूटना नहीं चाहिए हर जगह जाके।
यार यहाँ पहले जा रखा हूँ मैं, मगर वो दूसरी जगह थी, डबल डब्बे नहीं थे वो। वाला मैं कूद रहा हूँ।
नहीं फंसते नहीं है वो।
उसका बंदा वहाँ पर है तो
वॉल्ट
हो भी
वाला
नहीं
नहीं
सकता
दबाया,
ये।
वो जंप वाला दबा रहा था सिर्फ, इसलिए वो सिर्फ जंप कर रहा था, वॉल्ट दबाया ही नहीं। वॉल्ट दबाता तो वॉल्ट करता।
रुक जा, मैं M4 मिनी उठा लूँगा।
अरे अरे,
एक और बंदर होगा वहाँ, बंदर का बंदा होगा वहाँ।
रोड से निकलेगी। रोड से ही जा रही है ना, बैठ गई। चलेगा राइट। आराम से बचाओ।
एक और बंदा, ठीक है, वॉल के पीछे।
क्या हो गया चैट की? अरे कोई नहीं।
यार हेलमेट वेस्ट चाहिए थी, मैं हेलमेट वेस्ट उठा रहा था।
ओपन में शायद बंदा है वो, और में भी नहीं दिखा।
हम्म।
ये कौन सा है? हाँ अच्छी है M416 यार, अभी भी किसी को चलाने वाला होता अच्छे से। आपको M416 चलानी तो डबल हेड मारना है।
हेलमेट वेस्ट तो पूरी
नहीं
ब्रोकन
दिक्कत।
हो रही है भाई।
नूब है वो सामने वाला। सेम पिक ले रहा है वो, होल्ड कर सकता है वो पिक, बिना हिले शूट कर सकता है वो। सेम पिक ले रहा है बार बार। नहीं नर्फ तो हो चुके हैं बट फिर भी पावरफुल है।
हाँ, तो उनके वाला।
और उससे ज़्यादा नर्फ नहीं करेंगे लेकिन वो ना। हंटर विजिबल है, राइट पे नहीं जा रहा है ये। हेलो समीर भाई। हम
एम के ऑन सब यहीं पड़ी।
गया, एम पे फ्लैंक मार दिया भाई, ये नहीं करना था। हेलो ब्री। जोन नहीं जा पाते ये लोग, ये नहीं। एम के सबसे पावरफुल गन है पूरे गेम में, एम के एंड ग्रोजा। चलो एक गेम खेलते हैं, उसके बाद जाते हैं पीजीआईस देखने। कौन सा गेम है? पबजी पीसी है भाई ये, समीर भाई।
ये इसका रैंक नहीं है ना, ये सिल्वर में। नहीं, वो अगले सीजन में खेलेगा सीधा।
जोन नहीं जा पाएंगे ये। ये कौन सा गेम है? पबजी पीसी समीर।
यहाँ चलते हैं।
अंदर जाता है क्या ये? ओ, जा सकता है, सही है ना? होल्स में से जा सकता है अंदर। नाइस। नॉइज आ रही है क्यों नहीं? हो सकता है मेरे फोन से आई हो। मतलब कैसे? हो कैसे अच्छी है? तो लगभग सबके पीसी में सेम होती है।
ब्रूट मुसीबत में आ गई।
हाँ नाइस।
हैं?
बहुत छोटी है ये वाली विंडो, इस पे नहीं होगा। G36 उठा लो, पावरफुल आई थिंक इसका से। आई थिंक आई एम राइट। नो जी
हाँ चल रही है भाई नहीं आती।
अच्छा हो सकता है हो। इस पे तो विंडो पे नहीं बैठता। कहाँ पे?
पता नहीं यार। फर्स्ट ये बड़ी बिल्डिंग से मारा गया। मैं तो हीलिंग नहीं है।
मेरे से ले लो। आ जाओ इधर में, ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर ड्रॉप किया, ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे। स्पॉट ही नहीं हो रहा यार मेरे को तो, पीछे से घूम के जाता हूँ।
इधर है ब्रो।
सामने वॉल के क्रॉस, और अंदर घर में बैठ ट्रिपल पे भी।
एक इधर है मेरे सामने। घर के अंदर घुस जाओ, वॉल टूटी गई उसकी। कौन है? जानने वाला है तो तेरा चैटिंग करते हैं।
सुन, हेलो भारत। बैड डिसीजन M4 लेके नहीं आ रहा है। M4 अच्छे लगते हैं मेरे को, मेरे हिसाब से तो बेस्ट है M4।
हाँ हाँ, हाय हाय, तो खुशी हुई मुझे भी। अब पक्का बोल रहा है भाई थर्ड पार्टी का।
भुलेशकर जी इसके, अरे G36 मुझे सेक्सी लगती है। ओहो, शादी करोगे? बॉट है।
मार कर दे इधर।
बॉट था, बॉट था।
ये बंदा गया, ये वाला बंदा।
सांप बने हुए किलचोर गौरव। नहीं आपकी, अरे लिंक कहाँ भेजी भाई तुमने? तुम लिंक कैसे भेजोगे? तो देखूंगा आराम में, बिना लिंक के कैसे देख लूंगा? मैसेज पढ़ देना। अरे गोपाल हो क्या तुम?
ये बंदा है। इनका। एक ही है। नहीं अरे वो बंदा भाई पूरा साफ दिख रहा है।
पीछे वाले को क्यों नहीं शूट कर रहा है? ये म्यूटेंट के
जा
क्यों नहीं
पीछे आ
शूट कर
गया।
रहा?
म्यूटेंट वाला दिख नहीं रहा है यार।
डेड,
डेड है डेड।
म्यूटेंट डेड है। क्लोज आ गया, सामने है लगभग
इस वाले
इधर कहीं
पत्थर
पे।
पे।
हाँ हाँ। नो रुक तो वही भाई,
एक हेड लग गया उसको।
मैं तो सीख रहा हूँ, मैं तो तुम लोग
नहीं
को पहले
करेगा
ही
वो,
बोला हुआ।
किल करेगा थोड़ी। दूसरी टीम है यार।
यार कवर में कहाँ से
पूरा
शूट पड़ता है? वो इसी का टीममेट है क्या? ओके, कितने कम हेल्थ है नंबर 4 की। होम लास्ट लाइन कटर दो। कोई नहीं है। टाइम क्या हुआ है? 36 हुआ है। एक आधा मैच और खेल सकते हैं हम लोग। सैंडविच हो गया। चैट मिस, आपने कुछ बोला था मनीष? अरे चैट मिस एक और ऊपर। अरे अरे भाई आपका प्रोसेसर नेम बताना। प्रोसेसर है G4560 4560 7 जनरेशन, मतलब पेंटियम। पेंटियम G4560। ब्रो माय एज इज ब्ला 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 ब्ला। ओके आपकी एज ब्ला 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 है, समझ गए हम। यप 4560। अरे भूलता कहाँ हूँ भाई, 5 आईडी का अलग नाम होगा तो मैं जो नाम होगा आईडी का वही पढ़ूंगा ना।
ठीक है, ये जाता है ऐसे।
G36 फ्लैश। सही है, सही फॉर्मूले लगा रहे हो।
हेलमेट चाहिए था।
हाँ बोलो। हाँ 5K का है प्रोसेसर, बहुत सस्ता है।
इसके
ओ,
बाद चल। हाँ
रखा है।
यार लेट हो गया उसे। फोन नहीं थी क्या किसी को?
नहीं
ये तो रही।
बायोडाटा दे दे इसका पूरा, हमारी एज जीरो। अरे सामने वाले घर पे 475। राइट गया जहाँ हम लोग गए थे। एक नॉक।
वहीं पर ही है क्या दूसरा भी?
नहीं एक ही दिखा, मे भी हो सकता है।
एक यहाँ पर है, ठीक है, इसके पीछे।
ओके ओ, एक और है यहाँ पर, लास्ट बचा है, लास्ट बंदा है, दो नॉक है। पीछे कंटेनर होंगे, मार लेना। इधर डब्बे रखे हुए हैं छोटे छोटे, उसके पीछे। वो उठ जाएंगे, नहीं तो मार दो पहले, मार लो। डब्बों के पीछे, लेफ्ट लेफ्ट लेफ्ट। उठ गया। खान मेरे को चैट पढ़कर बताना, क्या बताना? मदरबोर्ड, रैम, मॉनिटर, ईटीसी
मतलब लीक कर रहा हूँ।
प्रोसेसर प्लस ग्राफिक्स कार्ड इक्वल टू 6K।
अरे मैं
मतलब
अकेले।
मेरा वाला सेटअप बनाना है क्या तुम्हें मनीष?
इसमें कौन सा रश होता है, थर्ड पार्टी होता है ज़्यादा। रंजन ही चला जाता है यार। तो गन भी नहीं है किसी को। अच्छा डीएमआर।
और क्या बता?
मैनचेस्टर की गोली भी नहीं है भाई।
अच्छा कितने में पड़ेगी बाकी चीज़ें? ओके मदरबोर्ड जो था मेरा भाई वो पड़ा तो अराउंड 4500 था। मतलब 4000 के आसपास का मान लो, इतना ही था, मेरे को याद नहीं अच्छे से एग्जैक्ट क्या रेट था। और रैम तुम्हें ज़्यादा की नहीं पड़ेगी, रैम 3000 की आ जाएगी। और पावर सप्लाई 2500, 2500 की वो। चलो मैं जा रहा हूँ लाइव देखने, ये गौरव देख ले वाला मैच, उसके बाद पीजीआई देखते हैं हम लोग। नहीं साथ में खेल सकते हैं, अगर मैं पीसी पे खेल रहा हूँ तो वैलोरेंट खेल सकते हैं बट साथ में।
हाय हाय। यार मॉली वहाँ तक नहीं गई मेरी।
बेचारे को पता भी नहीं था यहाँ। ओके थंबनेल वंबनेल सब चेंज हो गया मेरा। नहीं साथ नहीं खेल सकते। 20 के पीसी में 40 लाइट 1000 हाँ इजी चल जाएगा आपका 20 का, बट यही पड़ेगा क्या बोलते हैं सीपीयू पड़ेगा आपका।
24 पड़ गया।
क्या हमारा टपली फेस की। चलो आप ही जाए देखते हैं हम लोग। खेल सकते हैं क्या सच्ची में, पता नहीं मेरे को यार। हेलो 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 हेलो।
हेलो।
हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ यार पीजीआई देखने।
ठीक ठीक।
ओके चलो बाय बाय
ओके
बाय बाय।
ओके। हाँ।
आज आप उदास लग रहे हो। अरे नहीं 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 नहीं, थका हुआ लग रहा है यार मैं, उदास नहीं। मेरा सर दर्द हो रहा है असल में हल्का हल्का। वेट करना एक सेकंड मैं ओपन कर लूँ। नहीं नहीं आप क्यों करोगे भाई कुछ। गलत काम वो तो तुम्हें पता होगा तुमने क्या गलत किया। पबजी मोबाइल का कुछ प्लान अभी तक तो नहीं बना, और श्योर नहीं हूँ आगे भी बनेगा कभी। मूड नहीं है क्योंकि यार वो खेलने का। अरे यार मेरा ब्राउज़र क्यों नहीं खुल रहा। तुम भी देख लो। ओ डबल खुल गया अब, नाइस। देखते हैं यार क्या हिसाब रहेगा.
Like Gen G is at least considering this, but man, oh man, it is a tough task to go up against 4AM to kick this off. Pio's going to see one member of 4AM pop a couple shots, not really catching much out of it. So that's going to force some adrenalines and other utilities out of 4AM Green Men some heals. And I'm kind of curious
अच्छा वो
about this because this fight
ये
has to
बताओ.
happen pretty quick. Otherwise, teams could potentially third party it.
And this could be a defining
हाँ
fight
सही दिख रहा
because
है
we
ना.
are looking at
ये
13
स्क्रीन थोड़ी
versus
ऊंची नीची तो
16
नहीं दिख रही.
lining up against each other
कम
right
दिख
now.
रही है स्क्रीन
And
तुम
this
लोगों
could
को.
be the start of stringing together multiple kills, trying to get some points gathered to really start contesting a little bit further up the leaderboard. Neither team, though, wanting to make the first move into position. You can see 4AM very aware of how Gen G is lining up with a very nice little shift off to the side. That's going to be Pio's positioning that we really need to keep an eye on. And that's going to be to the west of what we're looking at right now.
अभी सही
Pio can
दिखेगी.
get any good vision on what's happening, but instead he spots out Zenith. Going to go ahead and start the
ऊपर नीचे थी
firefight
ना.
off in that
हाँ
direction. Instead,
अभी हो गया होगा
Kick
सही.
starts trying to jump through this one and narrowly escapes, but instead, let's go ahead and take out some tires just to deny any further
मैं देखो मैं
completions.
ये चाह रहा हूँ सोनिक जीते मेरे
Well,
हिसाब
this
से.
is a nice little maneuver by Pio.
एक सेकंड
Actually,
मार रहा हूँ गेट लगा के.
since 4AM hasn't really bitten into Esther yet, he has a little bit of time to make sure that that third party I was kind of talking about doesn't happen. Because a team like Zenith, we saw it yesterday, they are very happy to find some fights to third party and rake in some kills. They were doing a fantastic job of it yesterday. There we go. Anonix coming up and over, putting a little bit of damage into 4AM, letting his presence be known, and immediately going to back off and reposition. Pretty standard good stuff from Gen G. Shoot and move. Esther going to move out of his building, start to fall back a little bit. Maybe this is just a bit of a fighting retreat for Gen G, just trying to buy themselves a little bit of time
दो
and space. And again, making sure they don't get third party because
हाँ बिल्कुल कर सकते हो भाई
Zenith,
यार.
they'll do it. If they find the right opportunity, they are absolutely keen to rake in those kill points.
This
अभी
is a
स्ट्रीम
fight
कर
that was kind of lining up for center, and instead Gen G shifts a little bit further north, realizing the fact that, okay, maybe let's just try to hold numbers. When we're looking at 4AM and Gen G that tend to be a little bit more territory controlled and a little bit more fearless a lot of the times, I feel like this is a little bit more of an uncharacteristic shift away from both of these teams.
Well, it's not too, I would say, uncharacteristic for 4AM. Gen G, I think, just by the benefit of being in the zone to start with, kind of went for that. But 4AM likes to. We saw this yesterday on that dive when they went right into day trade on Erangel in the middle of the circle when it was on the western half of the map. They like to go for what they think is the best compound on Circle 1,
पिंक वाली कौन
and
सी
they'll
थी?
fight for it. And
पिंक कलर
they'll
या
try to
पिंक
bully
लोगो.
other teams out of the way. And if they almost lost the day trade if it wasn't for the heroics of Godfrey there, they would have actually lost that entire match much sooner than they did. So for 4AM, it's kind of it's been an interesting year for them, I will say, in 2020. Going back to that,
साउथ
they
में
were
सबसे
kind of a
तो
lot of downs. A lot of
बहुत
it was them fighting
तेज
over
तो नहीं
drop
है.
locations in Asia, so they didn't have some great results in PCS. But they're a team that absolutely today could pop off. I mean, historically, a great team in
उसमें
PUBG.
असल में ट्विच में बैक नहीं होता है. लाइव चलता था.
Oh, Buram. You're sitting right in the middle of everything right now. You're in the middle of the circle, in the middle of the leaderboard.
मैं
And
चाह
I
रहा हूँ
gotta
भाई
say,
सोनिक जीते
regardless of
बस
how this
जीत
turns
जाए.
out, Buram has continued to impress me. Just
बोलती बंद हो जाएगी
their
काट दो कि
growth
सोनिक
and how
जीते.
they've managed to climb up and really showcase their region. I feel like they've
अच्छा
made a
सेकंड आ रही
statement
थी
for
क्या नहीं
themselves. We
सकते.
regularly see teams coming from this region that will showcase the skills and the ability of their teams, but we're seeing Buram even start trying to find ways to contest. Like if they can string together one good game, they can really put something together.
आ गई टीम. अच्छा ये हो गया एचटी के वाली. ये मैप वाला होता है इसको पढ़ के.
Shenanigans from them here again today. You just never know what you're going to get out of Bury
टिकटन
Robin. Once they
सोनिक
start
में
to heat up, they just get really, really scary in it.
आपको
There
प्रमोट
are a
करूँ
couple
क्या?
fights off
आपके
screen
ऊपर है
that we
भाई.
didn't get to see yesterday,
अगर आपको मेरी
particularly
वीडियो
one of
मेरा
the Freaking
कंटेंट
Freaks
अच्छा
on the
लग रहा है तो
second
कर
game on
सकते हो आप.
Miramar, where they lost a couple people in the battle early and then came back and won the
ओरेम और
fight,
जेंजी फिर से
basically,
बढ़ गए वे.
bullied a Freaka back after losing a couple people
सही है
initially.
सही
So
है.
they're a very difficult team to fight against,
सोनिक
as we've
जीत के
seen
रहा है बस.
time and again throughout this tournament.
कौन सी टीम?
You can
नंबर
see the
1 पे.
control and vision from this
ये
area where Gen G and
ये वाली
4AM
जो
have
टीम है.
both stacked up, and the
ये
amount
रहा.
of
ये टिकटन
just
शूट
the
कर रहा है
angles that
देखो.
they can really harass from. Sonic's got themselves a nice hillside to the west of this position. Multi-circle gaming fairly close to them,
टायर
but it's
फोड़
going to
रहा
be
है वो
harassing day trade as
ताकि
they roll
गाड़ी
through.
रुक
Day
जाए.
trade just trying to crest the hillside, try to get a little bit of cover from that, and are
टायर
going to
फोड़
be
दिए
able
देखो
to
उसने
do it.
पिछला टायर फोड़
But
दिया
this could
ऑलरेडी.
put them in a
इससे उसकी
line.
गाड़ी
The
खराब हो
shoot to
गई.
kill is rotating outside the safe zone, and now day trade and shoot to kill could bump into each other around Cabrera. FaZe being a little bit more cautious in their approach over in Hacienda, looking towards the north. They do have T1 that's around their general location, but about 5 more seconds before the circle reveals where we're going to be shifting. And I wouldn't be surprised if we stay fairly centered. Water treatment tends to be very popular for these circles.
Thank you.
Does stay in there, and that does give Zenith a phenomenal position, but are separated across the road and might need to regroup soon.
Well, this one's going to be kind of interesting.
Oh,
There's a
God,
road
because
right down in the middle, another one of those kind of, as you coined them, Death
उसने
Star
देखा नहीं
trenches
क्या?
of sorts that are in
कोरियन
this
भिड़
map.
गई, एक्टर
Not
जाएगा,
quite the Death Star
गाड़ी है
trenches
बट
over by El
नहीं
Azhar.
देखते,
But here we
जाएगा
go
जाएगा
now. Finally, 4AM on the move, trying to catch
खत्म है
Aster
एक्टर
as he's
एक्टर
trying
खत्म
to
है
run away forever. Gets a bunch of damage into him, and it's going to be the knock from Godby. You have to be quick if you're going to try to escape 4AM because they
अच्छा
love
डिस्कॉर्ड
to
पे
run
बुला
and
रहा
gun. And they are one of the best in the business at it right now from shooting from those vehicles, man. We've seen it time and again throughout this tournament. They love to do that. And Genji, a little too passive in this. They either got to pull out sooner
अरे
or,
ट्रॉल नहीं है बहुत अच्छा
you
खेलता है
know, or engage on them and try to
अरे
win
यार
that fight early. I don't
मेरे को उम्मीद नहीं है अभी
particularly
मैं
care
पहुंच
for that
पाऊंगा
spread from Genji.
कंटेंट
This
उस
is going to
हिसाब
get
से नहीं लग
spicy
रहा
in
मेरे
just
को
a
1
second.
मिलियन
Oath
वाला
running
है
right along the line in between a Freak of Freaks
और
and
अच्छा करना
T1. Keep
पड़ेगा
in mind, FaZe is just to the south of this. Team Liquid is going to be the next team to follow up if Oath do manage to pass through these positions. They do run through at least a T1. A Freak of Freaks still trying to do a little bit of harassing fire off on a different angle, but this is going to put them in vision of Team Liquid in just a moment. Evie's already opening them on the front line, and you can see the T1's trying to chase after, going for the drive-by, not going to connect enough.
उसकी गाड़ी रुक
Trying
गई
to make the gamble to see if maybe they can pick up an early kill point.
रुक ही नहीं है
Oath
मतलब
gonna
पलट गई गाड़ी
continue along the path. They do manage to make a line along the road, but you
नहीं
can
रे
see
बीच बेचारे की
so
गाड़ी
many
हेडशॉट भी
teams
पड़
are
गया
trying to
ऐसे
get
गया
vision on
गया
them
गया
and
गया
harass as
स्निकर्स
they
गया
roll through positions
खत्म
that they want. Nowhere to be
टाटा
found.
बाय
That's
बाय
already one down. His vehicle explosion is going to take down Snakers. Quickly flushed as well. Where is Oath going to continue to path?
इतना इंटेंस होता है देख रहे हो तुम लोग
in front of
टूर्नामेंट्स से चलते हैं
Yeah, this is one of these dangerous places to drive on Miramar.
अच्छा,
It's
मेरे
nice
channel
because
पे
it's
बैठा है
flat, so your vehicles go a little bit faster. But there's a lot of teams that you can that could shoot at you along the way. A lot of dangerous driving paths. And speaking of dangerous, Balefrost.
oh,
my
भाई
goodness, no! Oh, Bale, get out of the way! Oh, okay. Oh boy,
ओ भाई क्या चल रहा है
that was almost disaster for Oath. They've already lost one. It could be more. Multi-Circle Gaming getting peppered by
नहीं करना
Shrimzy
मेरे
and the
को
Sonics now. Summer in a tough spot. He spun out a bit. He's going to get knocked. Great
Kill
shooting
गया
from Shrimzy. That's going to be the point pickup as well for the
हेलो
Sonics.
हेलो गौरव
The control line that Sonics have right now as far as visions and rotations that's going on
Hello.
around them
Gauram.
is so good. They can harass so many different teams. The only issue with it is they're fairly west of center. New code is going to pop up. And remember, guys, input
Code
this
आ गया,
inside
डाल
the
दो।
game client itself, and that is TH889HXFMQ2D.
हाँ 1,000 देते हैं मेरा भी
They
भेजने
can
का
find themselves a position to
मेहनत
stop at.
करो इतनी
Yet
1000
again,
रुपए
that
की
code is TH889HXFMQ2D.
You're too kind. You're too kind, Matt. Just reading those off for the
अरे तो
wonderful fans out there. Get
इससे
that
क्या
code in there.
डिपेंड करता है भाई
Get some EP for yourselves. Get some sweet
मेरे हिसाब से तो
skins and
तुम
other
80
things
साल
that
के
are
हो गए तो
available
भी
in
मैं
the
ऐसे
shop.
बिहेव करूंगा
They're really cool. I really like them. I really like the US skin. That one's really sick. I love to hop in there and drive around with those. But let's turn our attention back towards the game. Tianba on the northeast side. FaZe after losing
Oath
Uber
troll
early.
हो रही है
Don't
भाई
count them out, guys. I tell you what, FaZe is, especially Fuzzface, I got to give him so much credit. He's been playing great recently for FaZe, really landing some clutch shots. When he gets an AWM in his hands, he's done some real work with it as well. So I've been really impressed with the bounce back that Fuzz has had throughout this tournament. He's been a big part of why FaZe has been able to find success here going into these last week.
I don't know. Fuzzface he stepped up in such a big way for the weekly finals. Specifically, we saw him just having plays upon plays and it really helped just pushing FaZe into the final couple of games where they managed to have the energy and the wherewithal to get their victory to qualify for this weekly final. I still think that there's a lot of opportunity for them. We just got to see once they get that moment. We've seen this happen with a lot of teams that tend. Well, this is why we talk about momentum a lot. When you're running teams
बहुत बुरा
coming
पिट रही
in,
है भाई
racking up points, that
और
starts
4
giving
AM
you more
पिट रही है आधे
freedom
से
to
ज्यादा
be a
तुम
little
लोगों
bit
को
more, like I guess, aggressive, a little bit more kill hungry, which then further feeds the beast and gives you more points and gives you better positioning. When you're down in the lower sections, we're starting to see kind of what we saw with 4 AM and Gen G a second ago.
हाँ
Neither
बैट
team really wanted to pull the trigger on the
रिएक्ट
fight
करना
because
अलग
they're
कर
afraid.
देते हैं लोग
If we lose this fight, it just makes the next round that much harder and that much more important for us to get those points that we so desperately need.
चाइनीज टीम
Absolutely. It's exponentially harder to fight with 3 instead of 4 in a lot of ways, unless you're Buriram. That's the only team that seems to defy logic, as always. But for FaZe, they're going to be outside of the new circle, looking in towards Team Liquid and their 2-2 split. Pretty wide across the southwestern water treatment area there, across that kind of flat open space. There's a little bit of hills on the western side, but for the most part, it's going to be pretty difficult. Day Trade has pushed into infantry territory. Looks like these two teams might be ready to square off over this warehouse. There's MCG a little bit further away. They're not really keen on pouncing into this fight, I suspect, just because they're closer to the center of the circle, but Day Trade is up on the hill. Yeah, Longsker might just push into him, man. He's got all the confidence in the world. He's gonna back off. Okay, didn't like it. You know he wants to, but now he might be caught out in the open.
He's like, well, I mean, if you're going to shoot at me, I'm at least going to try. Veronica still has the high ground, hits the shots onto him, and that could be the opening push. You can see a little bit of repositioning now coming out from Day Trade. Looks like they're trying to line up into this, but at range, it's going to be shoot to kill. Finds a high ground position, is starting to shoot at Day Trade. You can see that they're having to now retreat into covered positions. Shoot to kill not yet inside the safe zone. They do have Oath that's along a similar path from them, but doesn't have vision on what's happening just yet. So now it's going to be shoot to kill that's going to harass as they move. Meanwhile, Sonic's making their rotation, going to get themselves a position pretty close to Zenith, as a lot of the North American teams now finding themselves in a point along this western area of the circle that also FaZe looks like they might be pushing into.
Yeah, FaZe trying to drive underneath Team Liquid, but now Day Trade on the move, and they're going to get punished for it by infantry. These guys, of course, they're nuts. They're mechanically gifted, and right into Tianba now as well. That's bad news there for Flash. He's going to get knocked. Here comes the reinforcements. Are they going to be able to do it? No.
खत्म है भाई Day Trade. बिना देखे भाग गई कहीं भी ऐसी.
Day Trade just had nowhere to go. Once they started getting harassed by shoot to kill, they had to rotate. Infantry got a little bit of damage, and then Tiemba managed to get the final touches onto it with just a beautiful set of plays coming out from Lorena. Meanwhile, 4AM gets vision on Tiemba, takes a couple of shots, doesn't get the down onto him. Godby finally spots out the next one, gets one down, so now getting a little bit more control into this firefight along the hillside. Instead, though, retreating from this, as knows the fact that the grenades are going to start running through. Got to be careful about it, but yet again, it's going to be Forever that managed to get the knock on the means. Already in a very problematic situation. As shoot to kill makes a roll through the hillside, and looks like they're trying to gatekeep out any of these fights to the north.
They just rolled ahead of Genji potentially in a direction that Genji might want to try to rotate. You can see Pio is watching it, trying to punishing it, but Alo continues to shine. Here in these finals, we saw him as one of the star players yesterday, doing a great job, landing a great percentage of headshots with his bullets. That's really, really important to get that big opening damage in your shooting phase. And looking towards Sonics as well. This is way on the southwestern side of the circle. Sonics opted to stop on kind of a plateau or a ledge, and that's going to cause them to have a couple teams maybe coming up behind them.
There's very awkward claims that you can make for territory in this. If you need to push into the safe zone, really water treatment plant is eating up so much of this, and it's making it fairly problematic for teams to rotate, specifically in the north. There's going to be a cluster that are coming in. As you can see, Team Liquid just harassing FaZe at range right now. A lot of smokes and utility being thrown down for FaZe to try to see if maybe they can stabilize. They've already lost Uba early, and they want to get Fuzzface back up. They do have a little bit of cover in this hillside that they can use, and they are inside the safe zone. But the issue is they're right along the edge of it, and you can see what's laying in wait ahead of them. It's our team's fortified positions. So if the circle shifts from here, they know that they're going to have a ton of trouble. Meanwhile, to the north, Jinji, not yet inside the save zone. Just to the east of their position is going to be 4AM that's trying to
line up.
4AM already positioning closer to DXG. So now Tiemba is going to need to make an approach, as well as shoot to kill that's trying to hold that. They're all focused up in a different direction. Yet again, performs for his team, finds a position, gets a beautiful nade on the shoot to kill. They're just caught up in this fight, and instead all have to run inside the shack, trying to get some cover.
Yeah, some great grenades there from Lorena, doing a ton of damage in this round, and really putting the hurt into SDK. 4AM got backed off by Genji. Now they're heading towards visionX. They didn't really like what they saw over there, so Monkey already down. Here comes the Molly from Godby towards the rock right on top of DLT. Trying to get some good damage in with that silence mini. Purgus has the pro behind the Murano. And you can see Godby looking to see if he can catch him underneath. Neil T trying to heal through some of the damage he's taking, but it's not going to be good enough. This is 4 Angry Men. They just dismantled DXG.
shifting just a
Sonic
little further
sandwich
up
हो
the
गई,
leaderboard.
गलत spot
Chaos
है
is
बहुत।
about to ensue, specifically to the northeast.
दो
We
बंदे
have
गए,
Tiamba,
Pubg
Shift to
और
Kill,
Tickle Team बचे
4am,
बस।
Genji, Burram, Infantry, all trying to make an approach. Just to the south of that, it's going to be a Freak of Freaks
Oh,
and T1,
nice.
all trying to make
Shimzy
their own
बचा
move.
बस।
You can see T1 already trying to get a
Solo
little bit of
player.
information line and trying to use this hillside for their advantage. Genji walking in, doing more damage into Shoot to Kill, as now
हाँ,
Shoot to Kill
सच है
just
भाई
found
ये।
himself surrounded by
अभी
enemies,
नहीं,
all trying to make their
बहुत time
approach
देता
into
हूँ।
the safe zone. 4 Angry Men trying to get
इंडिया
more
में कोई अच्छा
control
नहीं
in the
खेलता।
east, but have to contest with Genji, who's still continuing to take shots in Shoot to Kill's direction. Shoot to Kill just has very little options on how they can move, because even to the north of this, it's going to be infantry taking shots out. And it's just, where do you go at this stage? All of these teams have at least another team or two teams trying to gatekeep them out.
Yeah, I mean, Shoot to Kill picked a position that was maybe going to be a good gatekeeping position, trying to catch teams coming down the hill, but they got kind of sandwiched between a lot of different teams, and then got bottlenecked into a spot where they were susceptible to nades and other things like that. Forever's going to pull up towards STK's position. Now, you can see Alo, Pentalol, they're aware of it. They heard that vehicle coming, but there is enough of a rock cover there. Meanwhile, the rest of 4am busy fighting Genji up on the hill here. Anonix on the front line trying to find members of 4am. There's one going for the flush, gonna get it. He's gonna back right up, but he's the only one left here for Genji.
That provides a moment of reprieve for several of the teams that are in this northeastern area, as these two different teams are now starting to line up against each other. The stragglers can start to make a push for the safe zone. You can see as it's lining up, Crazy's trying to get advantage, but cannot get it. It's going to be Genji continuing to harass and really trying to make something out of just Anonix. We know Anonix can clutch up whenever it matters. He's done it for his team several times. Godby still trying to hold up, but Forever trying to contest and to Shoot to Kill's position, and 4am just taking on too many targets at the same time.
अगर जेंजी टॉप 4 में आ गई तो मेरे को थोड़े से ईपी मिलेंगे।
Yeah, 4am just bit off a little bit more than they could chew here, and now they're going to see if they can flush
बुरा लगा
Anonix
सुन
out,
के
maybe
पूरी
pick
बात
up
सुना करो
a point, try to
मैंने
use
बोला
their numbers
इंडिया
advantage. They're
में से
2v1.
कोई बंदा
Freaking
इतना
Freaks
अच्छा
have been
नहीं
stuck
खेलता
down
कि
in the
मैं
water
उसको
treatment, and now
वॉच
they
कर
have to try to
सकूं।
push through Buriram yet
आप लोग को
again.
बुरा लगा
These
होगा
two
ये सुन
teams
के,
have
ये
been
बोला
butting
मैंने।
heads all this weekend. Buriram
पूरी
with 2
बात सुना
kills
करो
in the bag already. Hansia Hikari going to be taken out here. Hansia is just knocked, but EJ in a precarious spot himself, trying to work around one of those oil drums. Infantry working in through the north. They've suffered some damage as well, dueling with STK, but Pentalol not able to get it done there. Getting the best of it. It's actually Shinboy who's helping out here from Zenith.
शिनवाई अच्छा खेलता है।
Zenith has so much control in what's happening inside the circle right now. They've got vision to hold down almost the entirety of the center, leading into the eastern areas. So really a lot of fire that they can manage to pump out from here. But do note, Sonics did go down in all the fighting that we saw. So that means that the leaderboard has the capability of being switched up. And you can see that slowly and steadily, it's going to be T1 that is finding ways to climb up. They've got control in the south, but the circle did shift away from their position. So opportunity could be found for them. They're going to have to contest with a lot of these teams that have been holding up in the east.
Yeah, T1's got a little bit of work to do now. The circle did move away from them, so they're going to have to rotate in. There isn't a lot of options. You kind of have to almost crash the compound that Zenith's in, potentially. But it's crashable. It's doable. It's pretty spread out. There's some options in there. The God compound on the south might be where they opt to go into. Maybe they try to roll underneath the hill, fight the teams that kind of remain on the eastern half. We'll see what the options are going to be for T1. EJ trying to smoke his way in. Buriram still holding on to the edge of the circle, as they love to do. They love to fight on the edge. EJ's going to get one knock here, trying to get back behind the box, but not going to get it done. It was a nice try, but you're not. It's hard to do a run out in the open against Buriram. They don't let you go, but here comes Anonix.
Anonix on the hunt, spots out Edie, takes him down, realizes that is a vulnerable team to his south. Now, got a little bit for it, but I guess he doesn't want to overextend. Instead, just get the knock on it, run away, make their life a little bit more problematic. Not necessarily trying to string it together. Anonix trying to run, get away from Godmeow's positioning, trying to run up the blue zone.
Oh
Does manage to get to cover, and now it's going to be T1 rolling through, chasing down Buriram. They want control of the southeast, and by damn, they're going to get it.
Genji guys, zone se
I love that move from T1. Perfect timing on this third party. Great shooting from the vehicle. Really well executed here. 8 kills
अच्छी
for
team
the team from Korea, rocking and rolling throughout this weekend. Really putting a lot of their doubters, including myself, kind of shutting us up a bit. I definitely was not expecting these guys to show up this weekend, but I love to see it. I love the confidence. I
हाँ,
love
सही
to
होता
see
है ना
these
वो?
guys succeed. We know individually they're nuts. Now they're going to have to deal with Jeans. Jeans catches Dengche, though, completely off guard, trying to shoot into Star-Lord. Star-Lord out with no gun. He's got
अरे
to be
उसको
careful.
क्या हो
Jeans
गया
can get
स्टार
another
लॉर्ड
one
को?
here if he's not-
भैंगो की
he's
तरह
not
भाग रहा
right.
है।
Okay, get behind the hill just in
गन ही
time
नहीं
to
निकाली
get
उसने
that
जब से।
position.
Problem is numbers still favor T1, and this is going to be a very difficult peak battle. Luckily, they do get a reprieve from all the firefight that's happening inside the safe zone itself, but the issue comes into play. There's not anywhere for Team Liquid to
कोई
go.
बात
They're
नहीं,
just
कोई
trying to
बात
make a commitment to maybe get some kill points out of this. T1 being the closest threat, but T1 already sitting on 9 kills is just absolutely vibing in the moment. That's going to be, actually, that's going to have to run from position. He has himself a nice little fortified encampment with all the vehicles, got himself a shack, so he does manage to make it in the safe zone, but T1 is not yet done. Now, starting to set their eyes towards Oath's positioning, they're just going to continue to roll into team upon team to try to see how many kills they can string together, as now they are #1 on the leaderboard.
Yeah, they're having a fantastic start to the day, no doubt about it. They're a very solid Miramar team as well. That's been where they found a lot of their successes in the PCSs in Asia. Adder's going to get knocked by Pat Caps, though, and he's going to get flushed as well. So Aqua 5 and Starlord doing 2 left. Balefrost likes that stun, trying to get up and over. He's going to get punished for it, though. Aqua 5 quick on the trigger, looking towards Pat Caps now as well, checking his western flank to see if anybody's coming up over the hill. It's going to be Kickstart, though, who comes in and steals that. Look at his great headshot from Kickstart. Oh my word.
जेनिथ मुझे
जेनिथ ले जाएगी भाई।
Great peek from Kick.
मुझे ले
ठीक है,
लिया।
कितने बचे हैं? 2
While
बचे हैं,
Zenith
T1
doesn't
का
get
एक
the most
जेनिथ
kills,
कर
they've been
जाएगी।
controlling so many of the fights around them and forcing other teams
अभी
to
भी इनके पास
really just
सर्कल है
move
और
into
और
corners,
वहाँ
have
पर
to fight
T1
each
और
other.
इफ्ती भिड़
That's
जाएगी,
what
मैक्सी को
vision
जोन
and
में आते
control
आते
they
मार
played
देंगे
from
लोग।
this position. Yes, they don't have a high kill count, but look at how many teams are having to play opposite sides of the hill to where Kickstart is having to move out to aggress
ज़ेनिथ
into
का
them.
गेम है।
That's just
Easy.
due to the control where they were holding down into this position. Now it is just a couple of weakened teams that Zenith is starting to try to hunt down. Doing a little bit of what we saw T1 doing just a moment ago. Zenith is playing down into the south, looking towards Team Liquid's last member who's still alive. Aqua 5 now having to contest up against the last 2 members of infantry, as it is now a run and gun and fight for survival as you have to contend with whatever it is that Zenith's bringing to Molotov, landing right on top of Team Liquid, but going to retreat away from positioning. And there we go, the grenade's gonna land. Team Liquid goes out in 4th. Now it is just on to infantry and T1 to see what they can string together off of a rampaging Zenith, just trying to take control of the hillside.
Aqua 5 taking advantage of the chaos to reposition, get better into the circle, get underneath the hill. Zenith going to be seeing some members of infantry setting up along the top of the hillside here. For Zenith now, it's all about keeping these teams at bay, keeping them from getting up towards the road. They control the high ground. They control the circle right now. This is all in Zenith's favor. It's about doing this cleanly, efficiently, and not losing anyone along the way, not giving up too much to the other teams.
But let's be real, there's still Aqua 5 up, there's still Longster, Boliang. These guys have so much potential in these firefights. While numbers and position do favor Zenith, there is a chance where we can see both of these teams find a couple of knocks to weaken them. The issue is just the stranglehold that we're seeing Zenith and just the force that they're bringing in to take control over the circle right now. There are so limited options and such limited peak angles that infantry is trying to find to work with. The Aqua 5 can't even manage to string together. He can't even get vision on Zenith because every single time he does, a throwable or shots come his direction.
Yeah, right now Zenith doing a really good job working together, putting 2 on an angle to keep infantry busy, to keep Aqua 5 in check. The other one's trying to look for the flanks, to try and get on the side, try to take advantage of their numbers. And for now, they're going to back it off. They like the fact that the circle is moved up towards the road. They're going to be able to, again, establish control at the top of the road, make sure nobody's able to come up to it very easily. Let's see if they can lock this down.
It's just about making sure that they continue to control the area. They know exactly where all the teams are lined up. But Aqua 5 feels like he might have found himself an opportunity. He hears the movement around him. Grenade's going to go out. Zenith has a read onto it. Repositions away, but that's going to reveal even more. Kickstart now starting to look over here. But this is a very hard push down the slope. Zenith does not want to do it. And they know the fact that they risk this and they lose one, there is the opportunity for infantry. Everybody can get a read on what's going on with the numbers and the lineup in position. Punaj now playing a little bit closer to that high hill. That means that he could look down into this, but the problem comes in. Boliang gets the line, gets the drop. infantry had the angle onto this, so both of these teams working together to try
ले
to find
सकते
the
हो
weaknesses
infantry.
that Zenith has
Infantry
in
ले
the
सकती है।
defensive line. Now looking up Longster, realizing the opportunity is set up for him.
Longster बहुत सही
now
खेलता है।
playing over in the northern area, starting to see if they can reposition, use the hillside, use the distraction that Aqua 5 is trying to set up for them. Zenith has all
3v2
the
भी
cards
बनोगे।
in their favor, but they can see that it is problematic now. They have lost one, and they are lined up against 3 other opponents.
You gotta keep Longsker and Bullying busy. You can't give them the space to land any shots because they will take advantage of it. They are crazy good, like you mentioned earlier, Matt. These guys are some of the best in the business, particularly Longsker, the best in this tournament. In terms
PUBG
of
की तो
kills
अपडेट
per
आता है
round,
यार।
this guy
है
is
ना?
cracked out of his
अभी
darn
तो PUBG
mind.
स्ट्रीम
Smoke's
करता हूँ।
starting to come down now as both teams trying to establish their positions, trying to
Shoot
lock
it
it down.
down.
There's Longsker with another one. Kickstart though, gonna turn on him and get that knock.
No,
Two
बड़ा
of the
Zenith।
best in
इनको
this
बस सर्कल
tournament
फेवर
going
जाता है इसलिए
head-to-head.
जीत जाते हैं।
Kickstart going to win that one. Bullying trying to throw some smokes down, looking potentially to try to get over O2 his res, but yeah, Aqua 5.
He's got a beautiful
Aqua-
position.
Aqua
Sees
का
Zenith
round का game
playing
खड़ा है।
outside
कर
the
देगा।
smokes, has
काम
lined
खराब
up
कर
and
दिया।
forced them to take
कर गया काम
position
खराब।
behind
गए
the tree,
किक स्टार्ट
lines
गया
up and gets
गया
one of
गया
them.
गया।
Bullying can come up on the other side of this and just dismantle Zenith's defense. Aqua 5 doesn't want
तो
to
पता चल गया वो रिवाइव दे रहा है।
he's revealed where he is, and instead it's going to be infantry that
नहीं
goes
किया
for a
PUBG
set of
मोबाइल
reses.
एक दो बार
It's
किया इससे
Zenith
पहले बस
trying to
मैंने।
do the same. Aqua 5
यार फोर्स
all
मत
on
करो
his
देखो
own,
PUBG
still
मोबाइल
trying
स्ट्रीम
to
करने
hold
के
it
लिए
together
मेरा
for
दिल नहीं है ना
T1.
करने का।
It's a back and forth fight for first place.
Heal नहीं
It's
कर रहा क्या वो?
tied up right now between Zenith
कर
and
लिया।
T1.
भाई फिर से उठ गए सब।
If they can get this would be a huge game for them. Aqua 5 instead lines up and looks into infantry's direction. Again, realizing numbers disadvantage, but with everything going on, Zenith is starting to string together the res.
ना ना Zenith की स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं होती असल में कोई भी।
Trying to fight Aqua 5's very dominant position of where they're
Zenith को सर्कल फेवर होता है।
कर क्या रही है? Zenith कर क्या रही है ये?
अरे वो ट्रॉल हो रही है इस टाइम। बता रहा हूँ
Oh
तुम्हें।
my God, Aqua 5
गोली
comes
खत्म
up.
उसकी।
He's out of
50 जीत
bullets
जाएगी।
in that barrel. All he
गोली
has
खत्म।
left is the mini. Longster comes up over the hill, gets the
Easy
knock
kill है,
and the
easy,
kill
easy,
on Aqua
easy।
5. Finishes off Shipboy, kickstart left. He's down. Infantry takes game
11
number
किल
1.
भाई।
Infantry played that so damn well.
सही है सही
They
है।
realized where their
Zenith क्या
opportunities
troll हुई
were,
भाई?
realized what Aqua 5 was trying
चलना
to
नहीं
set
आता
up
है ना
and
वो।
continually counter moved around it.
सर्कल
It's a
जिताती है
matter
भाई
of
इन्हें।
हाँ इन्हें सर्कल जिताता हर बार। वो यासना वाला मैच देखा नहीं था सर्कल के फेवर की वजह से इन्हें इतने किल मिले थे। नहीं तो इनके बस की नहीं है किल करना। हर बार ये चला के से जीतते हैं बस।
and patience coming out from the other two teams to
हाँ मैं तुम लोग को एक मैच दिखाता हूँ। रुको गौरव को मैंने लिंक भेजी थी उस मैच की। वेट करना एक सेकंड। अंधे हैं चाइनीज। अरे नहीं नहीं अच्छे खेलते हैं पिछला। मेरे को एक मैच खोलने था ना वो वाला मैच दिखाता हूँ मैं तुम लोगों को। ट्विच और पबजी विद मी ट्विच आई थिंक ये वाला है क्या?
side of that hill. That revealed him
अरे
to
आता हूँ मैं 2
infantry.
मिनट में, ठीक है?
हाँ हाँ वो नहीं था। मैच किधर गया यार वो वाला? मतलब ब्रांड रश अरे लेकिन नहीं ब्रांड दिमाग से खेलो। लाइट आएगी मतलब लाइट आएगी ना मतलब लगेगा नहीं क्या बैटरी मैच मिल गया देखो तो चला देता हूँ मतलब।
I've been chilling.
ये टिकल टर्न है ठीक है।
I feel like I literally just had a 15-minute fight. Like that fight was actually 15 minutes of them just running around me, doing nothing. Oh, it's a straight 1v4. Oh fucking K, bro. Everyone's gonna land on me now. Watch me. Look, I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna land in this building. I'm not gonna get a gun upstairs. I'm literally proving it right now. Guns don't spawn upstairs in these buildings. I literally promise you. Look, every time with oh, I lied.
आवाज इसलिए आ रही है क्योंकि इन्वर्टर करना। एक ख्वाब लग जाते हैं बेचारे। नहीं नहीं देख वो होता है।
Jesus Christ.
ये देखो कितना 1v4 कितना इजी था। उसके बाद इसने डायरेक्ट फाइट की थी जहाँ पर वो दिखाता हूँ इसको। ये मिला था कि मैच मतलब जीतना है, अगर ये मैच जीत जाता है 1v4 वो भी रैंक मैच तो इसको पैसे दे देंगे।
Sharing the other apartment does this line.
हाँ,
And then the fucking Fairy Pier team
अब
does
देखना
this
यहाँ
line.
पे ये पूरा मैच देख रहा है।
Oh fuck.
हाँ तो आप लोग मैच देखो।
Fucking die, pussy! I didn't want to stand still because those guys could see. I did.
एक सेकंड असली सीन तो दिखाना ही भूल गया था मैं तुम लोगों को।
I just wanted to funnel them together because they were tilting me that they were all spread out.
इसके आगे से यहाँ से देखते रहो। एक सेकंड में हटा देता हूँ अपना माइक की आवाज़।
I fucking suck. What the fuck? Oh my god, I fucking thought I killed him, man. I did. What? These guys all three had the same names on the hill. Like, all those guys had the same name. So I got the bleed outs on two of them, and I was like, the one that I knocked, I thought was the res. But all three of them just had like the same fucking name. I literally was so confused. Oh shit. I missed the kill feed, man. The names ended differently. They were literally all the same. Did I see a car pull in, or was that IRL? Like, fuck, I couldn't tell if that was IRL or in game. sounded like the car just took Barnes. Like Bastia literally just pulled into Barnes, right? Did they just circle? Alright, get me the fuck out. I don't want the smoke, you can have it. You can have the bars, I don't want the fucking smoke, don't shoot me, please! I'm trying to win, man! You little big motherfucker. Bolted. Oh. I'm in the wrong bowl. I'm in the wrong bowl. Sorry. You can't have my barns without taxation. I'll be taking your tires. Shit.
Hello, hello. Hello. Hello.
Alright, chat. Oh, you wanna VOD? Is there someone driving around the hotel? VOD, bro, I couldn't tell, man. There's fucking weird sounds, like vacuums and shit that come around. I hear a UAV now. So I'm not telling you. What up, Halty? How you doing, Papa? Where the fuck is this pussy? He has to be bottom story, because he's shot and all the glass is still there top story. No, God. That's a read, man. That's a read. Unless he got bolted and I missed it. What if there was a vest in this shack, chat? Like, do I go and get the vest or what? Man, there's 33 alive. This is literally the fucking survival series shit. How there are 33 alive, yet there's a fucking player with a mutant on the hill, and there's only 2 players in 2 of the most central positions, is beyond me. I'm scared. The mutant guy's probably cheating. No one uses a mutant unless they're blatantly cheating. Every time. Literally every time. Oh my god, chat. The fucking feeds. The feeds, yeah. The barns are out. I'm gonna have to attempt to farm the barns here. Barn the farms. Oh, so much pressure. I'm gonna use the SLR. Just because I want to save my 5.6.
Start हो गया.
The fuck is going on, man? Oh, here comes chat.
Paper, what do you have your eyes on for this game?
I mean, those top 3 teams, that was a battle for the top spot. That was such a fun finish to that one. My eyes
इन्फेंट्री
are
में
going
कौन
to
कौन
be
है?
towards some of the teams
लॉन्गस्कर
in the
है,
middle.
मेरे को वैसा
FaZe,
अच्छे से नाम याद नहीं
MCG,
है,
can they get
मेरे
it
को बस
turned around
लॉन्गस्कर का
here
नाम याद है
on their
इन्फेंट्री में.
second chance
एरा
at
लॉन्गस्कर
Miramar
है,
with a
इन्फेंट्री
little
में
more
9
fair
है,
playing path as
योंगयांग
well.
है,
So
चाइनीज है.
maybe it'll be a little bit easier for teams to get to where they want to go, but it looks like again, Monte Nuevo going to be out of reach for FaZe. They're already out of the plane. They're south of Los Leones. For MCG, the bit quiet in that last game. There was so much chaos and confusion. They kind of got swept up in the mix on the northern side there. And let's just see what they've got. SDK as well. Sonics, of course, are so good on Miramar that my eyes are definitely thoroughly locked onto those NA teams as well.
It's starting to get a little bit more hefty. The leaderboard's getting a little bit more mixed up. A hard shift on the circle over into the east. Yes, around Impala, and yes, has the islands in
स्पेलिंग
it.
बोलना किसके?
Is this
अच्छा,
going
नाम
to
डालोगे क्या
happen,
अपना?
Paper? Are we going to see
L
an
O
island
N G
finish for
long
this game?
S
No.
A R.
Can we
Long.
hope for it
It can.
anyway?
It's-
A little bit. A little
It's
bit.
yes,
let's
we
see.
can. I
काफी
would love
अच्छी
to
अच्छी
see
टीम
it.
है, यूनिक.
It would
कह
be
नहीं सकते कुछ.
bizarre and oh no, dang chain.
तुम कहीं डायरेक्ट
Bizarre.
देगा भी?
Stop here.
Oh,
Don't do it.
oh,
No,
oh.
no, no, no,
Easy
no,
kill.
not like this. You can't.
Free kill.
You can't be doing this. You're doing so well, and
हाँ,
then
लॉन्ग
you're
कर
not
एक बार
watching the
के भी है
parachute
शायद
drops
उसके
well
नाम में.
enough
Dabba
मैं
हो गया,
आपको
that's
दिखा
why
दूंगा.
occupied by a cod from Africa. I understand
इन्फेंट्री,
that's not his
इन्फेंट्री के
normal
नाम.
spot,
ये
but
देखो, ये देखो. L O
you
N
can't
G
be making
S
mistakes like
कैपिटल है
that
और
in
के
this
आर.
moment
ये
when
सेम
you're
नाम.
tied for first in the tournament. That's a heartbreaker, Matt.
Well, hey, in fairness, a
तुम कहीं
lot
जा
of
रहे थे?
their getting tied for
क्या
first
चीज?
was off of a
तुम कहीं जा
solo
रहे थे क्या अभी?
performance coming in
है ना?
from Aqua 5. Really made
मैं इधर से बोल रहा
line that
था.
one up. So
कौन?
losing a member, well,
मैं?
not great.
हाँ, हाँ.
Not the
अरे
worst
मैं
thing.
गया
We've
होता,
seen
हाँ.
a lot of clutch games coming out specifically this week. And I just want to say, that's what you want to see at this level. We're seeing players
चैट
rise
पढ़
and
ली मैंने
really
आपकी.
just
कुछ है
showcase
नहीं यार
how
आपके
they
चैट
are
में.
the
क्या बोलूँ
superstars
बताओ.
of their region.
लेकिन वो चैट तो
And
नहीं
really
पढ़
when
रहा
the
है.
pressure mounts,
या तो
finding
बता देना
ways to
चाहिए
really
ये.
pull it together for their
भाई
team
कहाँ है
and find
टूजन
ways to
ब्रो?
get points, kills,
आप
and
क्या चैट
secure
का रिप्लाई दिए
victories
तो बताओ
from
ना.
places they shouldn't
चैट
be
में
able to do. And I think that's one of the great
मतलब
things
कुछ
that defines PUBG. That last
ऐसा बोला
round
करो.
right
देखो
there, where we
चैट
saw
जो होती है ना,
just
ऐसा होता है.
having
देखो
to
मैं
hold
पढ़
it
लेता
down.
हूँ. ऐसा
There
नहीं
was
है
a
कि हर
full
चैट का मैं आपको
squad
रिप्लाई
up
दूंगा. कुछ
harassing
चैट्स ऐसी होती
teams
है जिनका
and
रिप्लाई नहीं दे
somehow
सकते.
finding ways to turn it around, step up for your team as a solo and as a
जैसा आपने
duo.
पूछा भाई
And I just hope that
बढ़िया
we
था.
get
अब
at
मैं उसमें
least
क्या
one
रिप्लाई
or
दूंगा?
two more of those moving in.
सोचा करो ना.
Yeah, I mean, it's really quite interesting. I mean, Longsker is just so darn good. I mean, bullying no slouch either. He was really effective there at keeping Longsker alive.
कल भी
and
लॉन्ग ये
opening up the
इन्फेंट्री जीती थी
space
पहला
to
मैच,
give
याद है?
them the win. But there's so many talented players across
हैं.
the world. As
ये
we've
और
seen
अरे
on
कल
this
का मेरा हमारी
tournament.
इन्फेंट्री नहीं जीती थी, वो
हाँ.
IQ
Just the
500
best
है
tournament of their lives
जिसमें
right
IQ नहीं
now.
थी.
They look fantastic. They've obviously already what a week looking to potentially win a
सही है.
second. Can they keep this up? Is there's a lot of pressure on them, but they're a young team. Sometimes young players they don't fully feel the weight of that pressure, and they're able to just kind of rise above it. So definitely interested to see it. But yeah, I mean Aqua 5 as well. He moved over to T1 recently off of Gen G. And he's really shown with this team, really been able to
Gen G
showcase a
पहली
lot of
बार
his
भाई
talents
मतलब 15
since
पोजीशन
moving
बता
over there.
दी
On
चलो.
Gen G, he was asked to play more of like a backup role, like a support role. But on T1, he's given a little more flexibility, and when he's, as you can see here, when he's left on his own, he's fantastic.
Team Liquid has performed so far yesterday. They found a lot of opportunities for themselves, and they're kind of the defining line. If you see it 6th, that's where the drop-off really kicks off. If you notice, Team Liquid is only 10 points out of first at this position that they're playing from. And oh, T1, early fights, taking shots into Oath, and you can see a very aggressive T1, still just trying to lean into the successes that they found last time. But it's going to be a reposition coming in from Oath as well. Aqua 5 spots it out, gets the down onto Balefrost early, and this is just coming apart for Oath. Grenade's going to be tossed in. That's already 3 members down, and a very strong setup coming in from T1. No hesitation nor fear. They lost a member early, but they're going to go ahead and get a little bit of blood in return.
Well, you were right to have confidence in T1 here. Even after losing Dangche early, they recover very fast, pick up 3 points, lickety split. And FaZe is going to be kind of hovering around this battle as well. Uba up on the eastern cliffside, watching this from afar, seeing what's going on and seeing if he can maybe pick off a member of T1. I'm just a little bit, how do I say this, jaded.
Oh, Relo.
ओ भाई
Not like this,
Oh, no.
Relo. If your
No,
squad wipes
just
off of this,
अरे
feels
शॉट क्यों नहीं
bad.
लिया?
End it. End it.
भाई
Really?
Good guy
मैं बता रहा हूँ
Fuzzface still
फर्स्ट
scouting,
पागल हो रखा
and
है
he's like, "Hey guys, there's a
क्या
rotating
चल
squad
रहा
over
है
here
ये?
or something."
भाई
I
चोमू
think
है
it was
फर्स्ट।
just to secure information to see if somebody else was around,
टीम अप
but
कर
that
लिया
could
क्या?
have been all she
अरे
wrote.
पता नहीं
Now,
भाई,
if Relo manages to string anything together and manage to get any points for his team, can you imagine?
अकेला तो था नहीं वो, पूरी
भाई
टीम थी
अजीब है।
उसका।
उसको
I
बंदे को
mean,
पता
that'd be
है
huge.
कि
They've
ओथ
been climbing.
क्या
They
ही होगा,
started out a
सोलो
little bit
बंदा है।
slow, but they've been able
Look.
to start to gain a little bit of momentum. They're up to 10th place. They're still
लॉन्ग
within
फाइट
spitting
चाहिए इसे,
distance of this. I
और
mean,
ज्यादा
if they
शॉर्ट
put
था।
together a couple big games on Erangel, they'll at least maybe have a shot at getting into that top 4.
Fuzzface is a merciful god and says, "Oath, you may now have a chance to get a few more points." The problem with that is Oath is oddly kind of close to FaZe, only 6 points separating them. I don't know, Sonics. I don't think that you want to be rolling around where T1 is right now. These guys seem to be mad at everything that moves in this lobby. Tiggleton, though, has a set of ideas. Going to turn around, try to go for a little bit of a drive-by. The Hillside's going to go ahead and knock that one out. So it's just going to be a
बिना
quick
red dot के
reposition.
मारेगा ये।
And look at them. They're kind of like rolling around. They're like a squadron
मार भी
of
देता भाई अगर
miners
व्यू
on
मिल
one,
जाता तो।
trying to take dogfights in
व्यू नहीं
views.
था इसके पास।
बंदा
Yeah,
चाहिए बस।
absolutely.
इधर तो
It's
कीड़े
when
हैं
you're
भाई,
out in
बंदे
the
दिखने
open
चाहिए
plains
बस।
and your vehicles, there's a lot more
बंदे दिखा दो कहीं
opportunity
से भी।
to pick up some kills and kind of put
अरे
some damage
जीनत
into
को
other
देख,
teams. And will this circle? It
मजे ले
really,
रही है।
the thing is this circle isn't hard enough shifted over to the east, probably to go to the islands. It's super unlikely. Like if it's going to be an
नहीं,
island
यहाँ मैं
circle,
कभी
the
गया हूँ।
circle is like
मैं तो
actually
नहीं गया।
like almost like a third land, and the rest is like water and island. So it's good.
वाटर
It's
ट्रीटमेंट
almost
गया हूँ
certainly
लेकिन
gonna
उस
head
साइड
back
नहीं
to
गया
the
जहाँ पे
mainland. Now the real question is how
अच्छा आधा
deep
भी तो
in
दिखा
is it
रखा है,
going
इसके
to
पीछे
हाँ
भी तो है।
आधा मैप है। हाँ
Circle 2 should tell us a bit
पानी
more
वाली
about
जगह भी है
that.
इसके
इसके
पीछे।
पीछे
Burram
मिलिट्री भी
settled
तो
up
होती है।
behind Impala infantry, pretty spread out. They've
कोबरा
already
भी
got
तो
a
है इसके
couple
पीछे।
teams
कोबरा
in the middle of them, but as we saw last game, that sometimes doesn't seem to matter too much for that Chinese squad.
Shoot to kill on the information gathering stage. Unfortunately for them, there's no information to gather as most of the teams very far away from them. Zenith on the flip side of this to the north is going to be rolling through. The only team not yet in the safe zone, I believe, but no real rush. The closest team that's going to be to them is as they're running through the Death Star Trench around Azahar is going to be about, I don't know, 500-600 meters south of that, could be 4 a.m. And then maybe Team Liquid to the west of
अरे वो
that. So
उसका
they
तो
should
एक
have
ही
a
बंदा
pretty
बचा
friendly
है।
rotation. Nothing to be
हाँ
concerned
वो
with.
खा तो गए
Multi-Circle
T1
Gaming, though, does have a nice position that they're playing that has control
वो
over
रीलो
the Impala field.
और
So
उसको
if
फज
anybody
ने
does
छोड़
have
दिया।
to rotate through there, as we see circle shifts come into play, Multi-Circle
इजी
Gaming
किल
has
था
the
भाई वो,
potential to pick up
एक
a
टपली
ton of
मारता
kills
तो
as well as infantry
एक
flank,
हेड एक बॉडी
moving all the way
आराम से।
across Impala.
Yeah,
पैनिक कर जाता पहली
two
बात तो,
from
क्योंकि उसकी
kind of
टीम ही
the
नहीं बची है।
half-pipe area on
सोलो
the
बंदा
road
पैनिक
over
करेगा
to the
हमेशा।
east. That one, it can be a little precarious if somebody pulls up on you at the ramps at the road, but MCG, well, they're
ये पुल अप
quite
करना चाह
talented
रही है,
as well.
इसको
They
भाई
could
लग
pull
रहा
something
बंदे नहीं
off
है यहाँ पे।
potentially,
गया,
but yeah, if teams do try to drive past
ये
them, they do
जाएगा,
have
इसको पता नहीं है,
opportunities
ये
to
सोच
land
रहा
some
बंदे नहीं है
shots.
यहाँ पे,
Tian
स्काउट
was
करने जा रहा है।
M200, hiding in
चढ़ा
an
दे, चढ़ा दे।
unusual spot, no doubt about it. Purgis, I don't think he's going
गाड़ी
to
चढ़ा
have any
देता
clue
था
that he's
ऐसा।
there, and well, it doesn't matter
कर दिया
because
बस।
Lorena again
मैं बोल रहा
has
था
been on
जाएगा,
fire.
स्काउट
Started
करने
out
आया था
hot
ऐसे ही, हाँ
last
बंदे
game,
नहीं है सोच
continuing it
के।
here into this one, getting an easy knock onto Fergus out of the buggy.
A lot of teams are playing coastline right now, and if we do see a shift, let's say Los Leones direction or whatever, that's a problem for them. Now, that said, if we do see this go islands, yes, the dream is still happening. There's a chance. These teams that are positioned along the coastline aren't going to make a play, most likely, for the island. The better play is usually just to sit here and kill everybody that has nowhere to go. So that's kind of one of the reasons you see a couple of these teams that are really looking for a lot of kills, such as Burram, playing in this position, because really it's going to be people that don't have a terrain piece to play that are going to go, well, screw it. I guess just send it to
बुरीराम पढ़ते हैं,
and it's
बलराम
going to
पढ़ते
be
हैं भाई।
the fortification
बुरीराम
and the
पढ़ते हैं।
coastline defense that's just going to rack up so many.
जो बहुत बुरी होती है।
I'm going to hold my thoughts on an island circle until it happens. I don't
Look,
want to.
don't you take this from me, Paper. Just because you've got to cast a couple of them,
Sorry.
I haven't. I want this.
Well, it's possible, man. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it's super unlikely. I mean, if it does, well, then we'll get to it. Let's see.
इम्पाला
Oh my
जाएगा
God.
कट गया भाई सबका।
भाई 30 या 20% है
Matt!
जमीन पे।
सबका कटा, बहुत बुरा हो भी।
I'm living my best
आधा
life
पानी
right
पे है
now.
भाई
No one
पूरा
can
खत्म है
touch
भाई,
me. This
आधी
is
टीम
what
तो
I
ऐसे ही
want.
खत्म है।
So just like I was talking
देख
about,
के खत्म हो
Team
गई होगी सदमे से।
Paprika Freaks, Burram, DXG, great positions and can really harass.
अगर ये आइलैंड पे चलेगा ना सर्कल लेने के देने पड़ जाएंगे भाई.
आराम से.
Be a mess for these teams. It's about how well you can read.
Hack हो गया.
Again, really, how strong are your drive-bys? Because you can have a chance to net a ton of kills. To the northwest, it is teams clustering on top of each other as they make their approach.
बरीराम जा रही है उस
So
साइड
screw
पानी की
it.
तरफ.
It's time to make the gamble. Let's send it to the island and see maybe if it goes over here.
Well, it's very possible that it heads over to that southeastern island. We'll see. Burram's going to make a swim for it. There aren't going to be a lot of boats available.
वैसे इनको सदमा बहुत लगता होगा जैसे
due to the
सर्कल
nature of
देखेंगे
the
एकदम से
coastline.
लोग.
There aren't a lot of spawn spots
अलग
for
सर्कल.
boats, so kind of have to find alternative ways to get over there if you don't grab a boat early from either way up north or way south. Day trade cutting through a lot of different teams trying to get as deep as they can. Flash going to get taken down. Now it's a spin out and another knock. Great shooting from Zhao Yang with his mini. Going to pick up another member of Day Trade here. Day Trade just getting absolutely decimated. And there's one of those boats. So DXG had to go way south to find this. And they're going to pull it up and get ready in case this does head over to the islands.
I mean, this is a mess for everyone involved. The center of the circle is a small island, not one of the main ones set up. So you're seeing, really, it's T1, Oath. We do have Sonics that are playing along this line, Infantry, all in a little bit of a firefight and kind of inadvertently gatekeeping out Jin G, while Jin G is trying to take sixth party shots into what's happening from this position. It's kind of led into a little bit of a catastrophe. FaZe is also around this area as well. Zenith getting a little bit more information on where we see Team Liquid lining up at. You can see Kunij already committing into the water. Looks like he's trying to steal away this boat.
गाड़ी लेना चाह रहा है शायद बोट.
Positioned around this, so
नहीं,
that
बोट
way
लेना
if it
चाह
does
रहा
go to
थर्ड
island,
पार्टी करेगा.
maybe they can net themselves this boat and make a shift into that point. Oh, that's gonna be good. It's like no.
दिमाग चलाएगा.
You don't get a
दिमाग
chance to get
चलाएगा.
Zenith losing one early, but you can see capitalization is really going to be T1 at 57 points, now starting to get that lead, most notably off the kills that are happening towards the northwest. Next up, code time, guys. It's
वो जंजी पीछे से मार रही है ऊपर से.
RUHFFQAPSLQ. Yet again, that's RUHFFQAPSLQ. So with all of those F's in there, guys, can we get some F's in the chat for everybody that's dying, trying to reposition on the circle? One of those F's going to be for H-Win as he's going to get taken out, and it's going to be yet again another kill going to T1.
Well, Christmas came early for you here, Matt. This one, it could still go back to land. We're going to have to see. But you got to kind of assume that there's a chance it's going to go to the island, and Buriram's ahead of everyone else on that already. This is kind of an edge team's paradise right now where
आइलैंड गया था भाई
you're
Buriram
either
की
up
तो
going to be
मजा आ गया
up
क्योंकि यही
north
टीम
or
है एक
south and
अकेली तो
able to
गई
get a
है.
boat. You're going to be on the western edge where you're able to farm kills, kind of working your way in, or you were one of the teams that was able to potentially be on the eastern coast and swim over to the island. Is it going to happen?
भाई ये
Are
सर्कल
we going
पता
to have
चलेगा
भाई
the island
ये गया
circle?
सर्कल.
Where are we
ओ
going?
भाई
Oh,
बच गया
wow.
बच गया बच गया
Shit,
सर्कल बच
some
गया.
spin away. It's okay, it's okay. Let's be real. We're at a grand
Buriram
final.
के
This is
लग
just a
गया.
couple of games.
हाँ उन्हें वापस आना
And
है.
Island Circle is what none of these teams want. But Sonics now really annoyed with losing H-Win. Looking down, trying to dethrone T1, get some damage into them, and you can see now just down to Adder. But yet again, do not count out T1 from positioning. As you know, the entirety of the lobby that is sitting on the main island breathes a sigh of relief as not having to push into those islands. Burram, though, on the other side of it, doing a little bit of cussing, is now they have to figure out.
एडर का तो चद्दर फाड़ दिया.
Yeah, it's going to be awkward. Maybe there's a boat over there for them to take. I'm not too sure how they're going to manage this. They could try to maybe island hop their way back over, take the smaller one. Oh, Kickstart going to get Maxi. That's going to be him down. So Team Liquid for gatekeeping that boat going to pay. But here comes 4AM from behind. Roth going to get taken down. Shinboy knocked as well. Kickstart scrambling.
उसको रिवाइव देने से पहले भाग गया.
Underneath this hill to avoid getting finished off early by 4AM. That's really good.
That was a beautiful cook to time that perfectly on a person crawling down. Sure, yeah, Shamboy didn't die from the nade, but let's be real, that was a difficult grenade to hit. Oh, Buriram,
Eddie क्यों उतर गया बोट से?
They're just going to leave Edie behind, I guess?
किसी एक को तो बचना ही पड़ेगा ना लास्ट तक.
Multi-Circle Gaming are taking some shots at him. That's
अभी सब इन पे गोली चलाने वाले.
Around. Edie's just living the mermaid life right now as Buriram trying desperately to pick him up. He's going to go ahead and make the land. You can do it, Edie. Hit the reverse. Jump in. Jump. Meanwhile, 4 angry men, high ground control, and look at the
अबे लिक्विड तो भाई जोन के बाहर बैठी है जब से.
Everything that's going on inside this circle.
Well, they have Team Liquid and Zenith completely boxed out right now. It's going to take a rotation around the outside of Impala.
ये कौन था भाई?
For
क्लिप
Team
था क्या
Liquid,
ये?
they're getting
बैरल
hammered
चलाने वाला?
in the
जोश में
process.
ज्यादा?
Clib going to be taken out. There's no hope for him. They're just going to continue to
Start
drive
again,
on,
okay.
try to lick their wounds, take their two, get through, and move forward with this round. Kickstart, in the meantime, has been spotted out by Xiao Lu, and 4AM has no intention of letting him get away with this.
खुद
They're,
पे होगा
they're
और
one
ये
of the
स्टन
top
इसका?
teams for sure. 4 Angry Men knows that if they're going to come back in this, it's better to get these top teams out early. Don't give them any points, but no! Kickstart
Oh,
out
aye.
goes crazy. Kick is nuts. He's going to get the headshot and the finish. Now Ibby's pulled up, and he's going to try to put some damage into 4AM as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
Two
4AM
revive.
does
Oh,
have the high ground,
yeah.
but you can see that it's right
Okay,
on the
one
edge of
second,
the
yeah.
zone, so they're going to have
Hard
to
है.
reposition away from this.
But,
Still in great
और
position.
जोन वैसे भी
We're
इनका
gonna have
पास
a
में ही
freak
है,
of
ज़्यादा
freaks
दूर है
is-
नहीं.
Hey, 4AM is going to have to make their move, and you do have to
Bandage
give it
लगा के
to
मार लेगा.
Zenith boys. They did a great job on just trying to delay 4AM as long as possible, see if maybe they lost interest in the firefight. New circle is going to pop in about 10 seconds. Highest likelihood is that it's going to be going a freak of freaks direction. Infantry, Gen G, everything that's been going on into the west. I mean, there is a chance it could also shift to the north as well. But yeah, that's going to be the direction that it's going to lean into. So now shoot to kill DXG, Burram, 4AM, and the remnants of Team Liquid all in a little bit of trouble as they're still 47 alive in a very tiny circle.
Yeah, I worry about the Freaks' position, though. Those warehouses are notoriously
इनके
easy
इतने अलग बचते हैं जितने
to
हमारे
kind
फेज वन में
of
बचते हैं.
get teams into. And you try to lock them down as much as you can, but there's just a lot of angles, a lot of hills to the side of it that you can come in through, and there's a lot of debris around the outside as well that you can kind of use to find your way into the fence line of that compound. Now, SDK going to have to make a northerly rotation, trying to keep their vehicles alive. The also important vehicles to have to create some extra cover, be able to make some rotations through the difficult terrain of Miramar. Very important, of course. So SDK aware of that and trying to scout forward. It's going to be Luke 12 on point for the boys from NA. Buriram's going to try to make a swim now. The boat wasn't going to happen. It's just they're going to get shot to pieces if they try to take a boat anywhere towards the coast.
Yeah, I mean, this is just... Try to find what you can. Really, how much you're scouting and the information they manage to gather earlier is going to be key. Burram putting in by far the largest swim distance for Miramar that we're probably going to see in an international for quite a while. But it looks like they might be able to make landfall around where Tiemba is. Shoot to Kill is starting to find a little bit of foothold right along the southern edge. DXG is kind of the X factor. They're going to be to the east. They do have some vehicles to work with. They could opt into going into Shoot to Kill's direction, but they could also opt to the north where Tiemba's at. But that's where Burram is going. So really, DXG has no option. They're going to have to fight their way through. Shoot to Kill taking a couple of opening shots at him, and it looks like that's going to be the option in how they play it. Interesting to use the vehicle just to hop over into that position, get across the road, which was the vulnerable point, and now they're going to lean into smokes. The issue is the blue zone is right behind them, so these guys are going to
इनका सर्कल बनता भी तो कितनी जल्दी है यार, इतना दिमाग भी नहीं चलता.
The weird part
20 सेकंड में सर्कल बन
they
जाता
were
है.
in kind of a pickle, like you mentioned, Matt. They were going to have to fight their way through one way or another. They actually took shots at Buriram. Speaking of Buriram, they just got rented down. M200 displays trying to cross the road. Is able to get there, but there's a steep hill to climb to get up into that compound. Adder is going to be taken down, so T1 going to be out into 15th, and Relo still alive. Finds PL out in the open and takes him down, snaking out some points. DXG able to get their vehicles forward with Tianba being distracted by Buriram. They're able to nestle up next to them. Still have Buriram underneath them, and they're just getting dismantled right now. Buriram putting some shots in them from the east, and like I mentioned earlier, Afrika had a team that tried to push into him. Looks like Afrika's going to hold that off pretty well. Is Team Liquid going to fall?
Close
down there, as you can see, Team Liquid, T1 we did call out just a second ago, going down as well. So it's getting a bit more messy in the south. Burram did manage to get their foothold position. Tiemba's not contest against DXG, who rotated up, and that is going to allow Shoot to Kill to have a high ground positioning.
100 मीटर दूर है जैसे 100-200 मीटर दूर है.
100 भाई मुश्किल से 50-100 सब बैठे.
Infantry in another, while a roaming 4AM is lying ahead of them. You can see 4AM realizing that they can potentially gatekeep out a couple more teams and line up more kills, and that's really the hunt. Look around 8, 9, 10. That's where we're seeing the scoreboard. Well, really, even 7th, tying it up into that position. There's a lot of opportunities for these teams to pick up just a few kills to propel themselves into position to start vying against Shoot to Kill, Sonics, and Infantry, who are still alive at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be a slog for teams like Gen G to get in. No doubt about it. There's a lot of blockading going on. Sonic's going to have a tough time going up against 4AM. 4am still has Godby split out way to the Impala Mountain even. Just barely in the old circle. Looks like he's going to be opting to get in a vehicle here shortly and head his way in towards the rest of his team. Buriram, I don't know how they do this. Any other team that's swimming, I feel like, would just die. Purdy Curdy, Venatica's waiting for him. Purdy just walks right into that, and Venatica makes
Right
quick
next to a
work
vehicle,
of him. Alo. I know, it's a little weird, Matt. I was thinking the exact same thing. Venatica gonna get another one. My word. Venatica stepping up here against SDK.
बंदे ने mic
putting
फाड़
a lot
दिया
of
भाई
hurt
अपना.
into him. That's gonna send some mollies and other utility coming out. And he saw Luke 12. Venatica is on the ball right now.
पहली बार देखा है ना उसे क्लच करते हैं ऐसे.
I mean, good juke around the nades, has an idea on where they're going to be coming in. To the east of this, you can see that Tiamba is lining up against Buriram as Buriram's trying to make their approach. Then we've got all the teams that are starting to get in gatekeep positions. Connexia is going to go down. You can see that Buriram had a little bit of trouble climbing the hillside, but the Venatica distraction really gave them a little bit of favor. Sonics, though, going to go ahead and get caught up in the skirmish on everything that's going into the north, and it's Jin G lined up against them, as well as a little bit of infantry being tossed into the mix. Jin G, not inside the safe zone, but firmly committed to wanting to keep out Sonics in the way that they're trying to approach this. It's just a red zone popping off over here as both teams lobbing nade upon nade at each other.
I feel like either infantry or
दो
4am
बढ़िया
is going
टीमों
to
की
get involved in this
लड़ाई
sooner or
होती है.
later, but actually infantry might have to retreat as they are losing members
निकलेंगे
to
वो भी.
FaZe's push.
रुकेंगे नहीं
It's
जहाँ
going to be
पे
bullying,
जंजी भी.
who's a little bit overextended. Genji,
Infantry भाई उनका
not sure
इंतजार
what their
कर गया
options are
आगे.
going to be
वही
there.
तो
They're
इंतजार
in
करें इन्वेंटरी
dangerous
जब से
territories.
कोई
I can
निकले
see
और हम थर्ड पार्टी कर दें.
inching out towards them on the
हो गई
map.
थर्ड
They're
पार्टी.
going to actually get in vehicles, and
ओ
that's
भाई
not good. Infantry isn't going to let you laugh.
तीनों एक स्प्रे में. मैं बोला था भाई लॉन्गस्कर बहुत सही खेलता है.
Going to take 3 of them down.
भाई साहब.
Yep, infantry doing a great job holding him in. Now it's their turn to try to put some damage into Sonics.
भाई
Yeah, I mean,
Genji
these
की ले
guys
रही है
are
भाई
just
अच्छी
trying to
खासी
rack up
मैच.
points. They
अच्छी.
realize
तगड़ी.
that
माइंड भी
none
गया.
of them have
माइंड भी
gone
खत्म.
out, so this is their opportunity
Sonic
for
खत्म.
Angry Men also trying to seize the moment, whereas Mime's just trying to roll
लॉन्गस्कर खड़ा
out
की
of
थी
the
वहाँ.
safe zone, or the blue zone to get into some
ओ
type of
साइम से
position.
निकल गया.
Not a lot of options to work with, and that's going to be Sonics going down in 9. We're starting to see a firing alliance being set up against infantry and 4am.
इन्वेंटरी बहुत सही खेल रही है यार. पैसा इसी पे लगाना था.
Of this northern
तुमने लगाया
area, and
होगा.
it's going to be 4am crazy that lines up the shot on a Zhao Yang to get the knock,
तो भाई
turning this
टॉप
into a
2 पे
2v2
तो
lineup.
लगा दिया.
But the circle is going in favor of Freaka Freaks on positioning, while most Circle Gaming is lining up for it. Godby does get rezzed, and crazy yet
भाई
again.
जंजी क्या खत्म हुई 1 सेकंड में पता ही नहीं चला उसका तो.
As infantry just has no way to make this work, and
Infantry
Crazy
भी गई.
just destroys.
Infantry बाहर.
That was a
4M लपेट दी.
great spray.
4M
my
भी बहुत
God.
सही टीम है.
Crazy
अरे
there with that
सब
3x
अरे
spray
कौन सी
down
टीम
the
गंदी है
hillside.
ये बता
That
दो
was
बस.
nuts. Great
गेट रेड को
way
छोड़
to
के जहाँ पर
control from
500
him.
IQ है
Forever gonna
और जहाँ फ्लैश है.
venture on out to pick up some of the utility off the fallen infantry team, and everybody else in the lobby very happy to see infantry go down. They had just taken over the top spot in that lobby with their 7 kills in this game. So Pentalol still alive for shoot to kill. Venatica still there. He is. They have not been able to displace Venatica, so he's doing a great job there as the solo for Day Trade, holding on for dear life. Only 1 kill for him so far, though. FaZe still all 4 up. Still a good opportunity to do some work. A lot of the teams have beat each other up on the southern side of this circle, so there's a couple solos, a couple duos left for them to potentially mow their way through and pick up a couple kill points.
M200 spots out a strong multi-circle gaming, still 4 members up. Really, FaZe should be able to hear this, but it's about the opportunities, and if they try to lean into it, you can see Pentolol.
ST के पीछे तो देखो कैसे आ रहा
A
है.
kill point or 2
खाएगा
inside of
देखो.
what's happening in front of them. Should get vision
Pentalol
on
तो है ही.
Timba as he crests the hillside, spots out Linchun. Gonna go ahead and go for the spray into
अबे हक दिया भाई हक दिया उस पे ग्रोजा है लपेट देगा.
And now
नहीं.
Linchun just spins back around. There we go.
बेचारा.
Pentolol makes it back up into it. Gets it down, gets the flush, but now has to juke away from it. FaZe hears this, starting to push in towards the east. Meanwhile, FaZe has got this positioning that they've been playing. Everybody was fighting to the southeast, to the northwest, and FaZe, while they did pick up kills, they're coming into this still quite strong. All of their members up, the beneficiary of all of the third-party fighting that's been happening around them, and really has a chance to pick up something big here.
I love this maneuver by FaZe. It shows how well they keep track of their kill feed. They know that everybody's beat up on this side of the circle. They're trying to take advantage of it. Penta trying to get his spray to go against Tank. Only gets about a third of the health. And now from behind, Uba is there. But it's actually going to be Tank that gets it with the AUG. So that's a point going into MCG. So FaZe trying to do some of the hard work, but it's going to be MCG taking the point for themselves. Uba peeking out over the hill into MCG's direction. Fuzzface has been rezzed. Godby now getting involved in this fight. 4am is spread out very wide on the western part of the circle.
Gaming. They rolled up while 4AM was taking shots into phase. Grenade's gonna land, do a lot of damage. Evilly trying to make something work here.
Phase के लगा दिया भाई.
FaZe on full on
खत्म है
retreat,
भाई.
getting harassed from 2 different angles. Afrika Freaks just
एक
chilling,
नेड और पूरी
listening
phase
to
खत्म.
everything that's happening right now. But FaZe narrowly manages to avoid him. Shots from Akkad are going to
नहीं,
force
निकल गया
Multi-Circle
लोग
Gaming to retreat from that fight. New circle
4M जीत
pops
सकती है
for
वाला.
the favorite yet
अफ्रीका
again.
फ्रिक्स
Here, Afrika
लुल है,
positioning.
MCG भिड़
Now the
जाएगी
question
किसी
comes
से
in,
तो
how
आउट हो
do these
जाएगी.
teams opt into
अरे 4M
making
का
their
मैच
approach
जाएगा
into the
देखना.
zone? And looks like FaZe has an idea. It's time to clown car it. Just roll everyone together. Push into position, roll up the hillside, and send it at Afrika Freaks. 4AM tries to get the shots into him, but not going to have the angle. Rolling through, Afrika Freaks knows that this is coming, but the grenade bounces the wrong direction and hits the lip.
भाई
But it's not
इतनी
going to be crazy. Hearing the sightlines coming in.
इतनी
Trying to
गंदी
hold the
strats.
line on Kari and takes down 2. Near on instantly. Just
ये
one
इतना
up for
अंधा push
FaZe
कौन
on the
करता है?
gamma
पता नहीं
plane.
भाई, फेस का
Is
हमेशा यही
Akari
होता है,
going
ट्रोल
to
होती है.
spot it out? No, he's still looking
अरे
up at
बंदा
Flame.
बचा
यार स्प्रे था यूनिक.
Oh, he gets
मैं
shot.
बोला था
Enemies.
लॉन्गस्कर है वो.
Uba pulls from the
बहुत
res.
बढ़िया खेलता है लॉन्गस्कर.
Yeah, that's tough now. Uba trying to get Gustav up, doing everything he can. FaZe made a push into the warehouse.
4M
Now
का मैच
that's
है.
going to be all that Uba could get to. He is going to finish off Hikari. Some grenades in response from Hansia and Akkad trying to get it done, but they're getting peppered from 4 angry men up on the hillside. Uba dangerously low on health. Another good grenade is going to take him out. Akkad should try to bounce this off one of the walls.
क्या
There you
cook
go.
किया
Great
भाई इसने?
time. Great cook on that grenade.
सर पे
सीधा
फटा.
मुंह पे
Gonna go
फटा.
down. MCG, 4AM, and Afrika gonna round us out for the final 3.
This is a huge game for any one of these 3 teams. Look at how close 4AM is to start contesting in the top. Really a strong performance from them could be huge right now, right back behind them. Just 2 points. Multi-Circle Gaming, they're in control of the southeast area. Afrika Freaks has the absolute most to gain here. They have the compound, but they did take a casualty just a second ago, sitting on just 2 members to 4AM and Multi-Circles Gaming 3. Let's be real. 4AM has been in control of the West and really in control of a lot of this circle. While Afrika Freaks has had the center, it's been 4AM shooting everything around them that has managed to net them those 12 kills.
Well, and if they win this game, they might just find themselves right at the top of the lobby. We'll see if they can get it done here. Looking in, we are going towards phase number 7, so we still have one more circle to go. And then we find out where phase 8 will be. Afrika's in a really awkward spot right now. Split between those 2 warehouses makes it very difficult for them. MCG, though, let's see. They're on the edge. They're likely to be out of this next circle unless it hard shifts towards them. Nope, it's just going to kind of center up. So even though Afrika has the circle, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to cover themselves. They're going to need some kind of smokes or utility to potentially group back up.
Yeah, this is a problem for them as it feels like both teams know where their solos have positioned.
maybe not.
You can see trying to regroup slowly. It's going to be Akkad trying to use a little bit more utility, get into that position. It's going to be 4 angry men taking the shots at him. Evilly does manage to get a foothold inside the compound as well a little while ago. So that could be a nice lineup to deny 4AM and how they're opting into moving. Forever just going to send it back around, roll right next to the rock, use it for a little bit of cover, and Evilly doesn't have the angle to get the knock onto that. So Forever does manage to get a foothold right next to the wall as well.
भाई चलते चलते लेट गया था क्या?
हाँ.
Yeah, these are good
उतरते लेट
offensive
गया.
smokes by 4AM, cutting off the only 2
चलते
doors
चलते
on
लेट
that side of the
गया.
warehouse, gives them the ability to maneuver, to potentially deal with MCG, maybe kind of shuffle MCG more towards the north. Try to get MCG fighting with Afrika and see if, you know, the whole game right now for these teams is to try to not be the one that's getting third party. It's kind of like a game of rock, paper, scissors here. But Tank gonna come alive, gets the knock, and Akkad gets a good headshot, isn't able to get the knock onto Forever, though. Tank coming up and over, feeling confident with that AUG. He sees Crazy, but Crazy able to get through the smoke and behind the warehouse.
Look at how Tank's positioning is forcing 4AM to move in. This is beautiful play. Multi-Circle Gaming leaning into their performers right now. And let's be real, Tank has had himself some hell of amazing moments moving forward. Afrika Freaks opts to leave the warehouse, instead leaning a little bit more into 4AM's direction. And we've seen a reverse kick in now. It's going to be 4AM that's playing in the center of everything. They have themselves a nice position as everything is going to condense down just a little bit north of Crazy. So with this, Forever's going to opt into regrouping with them. But the problem is, whenever you get that center point, you see what was happening to Afrika a second ago. Everybody is eyeing you, and that means the fact that they are now pincered, and they have to try to survive this and hope maybe Multi-Circle Gaming and Afrika Freaks takes the fight to each other before that.
इसने बहुत लेट आता है।
Look at this. Forever picks up the double barrel shotgun, opting for that close range fighting ability that is probably going to come in very handy. As this one goes down, I love it. I love what the Freaks did there, reaching out to the western side of the compound, knowing that 4AM was in kind of a 90-degree angle pinch between them and MCG. That was really, really smart. It ended up costing 4AM a player. Now it's just Forever crazy, trying to hold it down. They've got pretty good position on this center. MCG has the most work to do. The center of the circle is basically right in between the two corners of the warehouse, so they have to make their way through this car graveyard to get there.
Everything is kind of settled down. It's about trying to figure out a path.
तो बस smoke
You
चलेंगे।
can see smokes down. Multiple teams already
अब तो
throwing
smoke का
forward
game है पूरा।
positions. Multi-Circle Gaming trying to use the cars as a little bit of a cover piece. to
PUBG
creep
मोबाइल वालों को तो
ever
smoke
so
का भी नहीं
closer
पता भाई।
into that center position because that's what everybody is vying for. If you can try to
और वहाँ
get
तो
some
smoke
control,
लगने के बाद
get some
aim assist से
corridors and
बंदे की गोली
sidelines
लग
on how
जाती
you
है।
know teams are going to be pushing into
आजू बाजू गोली मारो,
that
गोली
could
पकड़
hand
लेगी
you the
बंदे।
victory. Evilly lines up the grenade, going to try to toss it in, gonna bounce right back behind Crazy. Not going to do enough damage to really stun him, but now Crazy getting a little bit more jumpy in position. Instead, looking towards Afrika Freaks' position. Afrika Freaks has to be ridiculously cautious on how they make their approach, as now 4AM has shifted towards them. You can see Multi-Circle Gaming still leaning in, trying to keep a sight line towards them, and like that, Multi-Circle Gaming creeping ever so closer towards the center position.
मुझे लग रहा भाई ये सब
Well,
जोन में
let's see
चिपक
what
जाएंगे।
Afrika can do. They're in a really tough spot now. The
ऐसे
front
चलता
end of
रहता।
that warehouse very open. The other is a very narrow door to go through. They head towards 4AM, so they're trying to throw smokes. They're trying to throw utility. They're trying to buy as much time as they can. Evil Lee throwing the
नहीं बचे
stun
ना
in
असल
there.
में किसी के पास
Khan
भी।
around the barrels, trying to put some damage into MCG. Tank still holding on to that AUG. Akkad gets stunned up for a second, but he's going to get a knock here. Evil Lee returns the favor.
4AM का मैच।
4AM is holding down the center.
4AM ले जाएगा।
4AM लेगी।
Tank has nowhere to go. He has to pop up.
ये तो जोन से ही मर जाएगा भाई।
Get some damage onto him, but no.
4AM
An offensive line from 4AM is going to pay off. 14 kills. A great performance coming in from 4 Angry Men.
You can never count 4AM out. They always find ways to be in it on the biggest stages, time and time again. They are so darn good. They controlled so much of that circle for such a long time. This team is insane.
You can see how close these teams came. Afrika, just, I wouldn't say sadness, just a little bit of despair and a little bit of anger mixed in with each other. Just, they knew. They were holding that position down for so long.
तुम्हें वाला मैच दिखाता हूँ।
But
पूरा नहीं
due to
होता ना
all
वाला।
the firefights that were happening around them, they just kept losing.
नहीं 90% टीम चाइनीज नहीं है। चाइना से है, कोरिया से है, जापान से है, वियतनाम से है और यूरोप, नॉर्थ अमेरिका, पूरा वर्ल्ड है मतलब।
What the fuck is going on, dude? This is literally a fucking comp game. The solo is dead, chat.
नहीं इंडिया से कोई नहीं है।
The fuck do I do, dude?
मैं बताया ना तुमको इंडिया वाला रीजन।
These guys are about to swarm me ass. This is fucked up, man. This is actually insane, bro. I don't understand how I'm getting shot at, but the fucking 4 players on yonder aren't. Over yonder. I'm going back to me. I can suck my dick. My car is completely exposed to that hill.
इंडिया वाला वही, इंडिया में कोई अच्छा गेमर नहीं है। स्टैट्स अच्छे नहीं होते इंडिया वालों के। इसमें गेम जो होता है मेन स्टैट्स के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है। मतलब एम भी अच्छा होना चाहिए बट स्ट्रैट्स भी होने चाहिए।
Okay. Yeah, was it worth it, bro? Was it worth getting headshot for you, pussy dog?
उसकी गाड़ी का टायर फोड़ गया वो।
Hey, just a spike.
जेनजी का तो बहुत गंदा उतारा भाई
Oh,
उन्होंने।
I get in it again,
गैंजी का तो
bitch.
हो रखा है भाई,
Wait.
गेम बजाया हुआ उसका तो। गैंग बैंग हो रहा है, गैंग बैंग।
Man! What do I do, dude? I don't know what to do.
बेचारे
I'm
के
gonna get
ऊपर ही
crash,
सवार
man. I'm
है।
gonna get fucking crash, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
बीच बीच में चैट पड़ता है इसलिए मिनिमाइज कर देता है। एक ही पीसी पे चैट वैट भी पड़ता है।
फेज तो भाई किल देने गई थी।
इजी।
This is literally a 4-man, a 4-man, a 4-man. And then the south is what the south is. I don't know what the fuck's going on up there. I think
अभी kill
everyone
करेगा
needs to
एक
team
तो।
against the guys on this hill. Yo, Kayla, thank you for the host. I appreciate that. Yo, Gravy official as well. Thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate that. Much love. What the fuck, yo? Oh, wait, no, don't worry.
इंतजार कर रहा मौके का।
Ooh, Gucci gang,
Fuck,
Gucci
man.
gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang.
They're driving. This is the worst possible outcome. I'm about to get grenaded. Watch this shit. It's a 4-man, bro! I don't know why that guy ran inside the shack. If I had one more molly, every single one of them dies. I'm just flashing him just to create pandemonium.
बगी बगी तो बेकार है। बगी पे सेकंड पर्सन जो बैठता है वो समझो ट्रॉल है। हैकर अभी देखते जाओ।
Fuck. I think it's a alright. So it's a 1v2 v3. No, no, it's a 1v2 v4. Fuck. Did he just drop a smoke towards me? Fuck, that was really bad hit. I didn't grab meds, shit.
मेरे लेवल का नहीं नहीं मेरे साथ इसका पीसी बहुत अच्छा है यार। देख रहे हो बिल्कुल भी लैग नहीं कर रहा, कितना स्मूथ चल रहा है एकदम मक्खन मतलब।
Let's go, baby! Let's fucking go, bro! Oh, let's go,
Wait, can
armor! Let's go!
हाँ आज तो नहीं आया, अच्छी बात है। वो कभी कभार तो जाता है, कोई कीड़ा काटता है तो किसी के। बाय बाय बाय। जैनजी का भाई कल से कट रहा है, सच्ची बोलूं तो बहुत बुरा कट रहा है। और
वही बहुत गंदा
कल देखो,
player है।
कल बरी राम
We
से
are back
पूरी
with 3
स्क्वाड गई
games left to play and a new
जब
map
ब्रिज
will
क्रॉस कर रहे थे वो
determine
लोग,
who becomes
और
the
अभी ये इफ्ती।
PGIS champion, because Gen G does not look like they are getting back in this thing, Hypok.
No, no. I think at this point you can.
जनजी को तो
probably
उठने
say
नहीं दे
that
रहे
ship
हो।
has sailed.
ना
Um,
अब नहीं उठेगी भाई, 3 ही मैच
this
बचे हैं,
is
क्या
something
उठेगी
that's
3 मैचों
never
में।
happened before, right?
वही
But just to come back, I mean, we were talking about
कितने
this just
रैंगल भी
in the
भरोसा
highlight
नहीं।
package on the
अब तो
previous
हाँ
episode
रैंगल अब
before we
3
threw
मैच।
to break. The fact that some of these top teams now are,
कुछ भी हो
I
सकता
don't want to
है।
say struggling,
देखते हैं।
but haven't got off to as good a start. We've seen a lot of movement already, and that's only good. Like I said, I want it to come down to the last game. That's been the best thing about Pgis so far. Slightly shorter than the traditional final format, even though we're back to Super here on the weekends. But yeah, I don't. I'm happy to see that there isn't going to be a clear winner decided before we get to those final.
Let's take a quick look at where everyone stands as we prepare for this big changeover in map in 3 more games. 58 points for Infantry as they have taken the lead with moving up to T1 there as well, maintaining the tie, which is interesting. Zenith in 3rd. 4 Angry Men moves to 4th place. Sonics and STK at 50, just below that. But for me, the real news here, Godspeed, as we look at this, there are a lot of teams that are within I mean, if you get a 1 win and a 10 killer on it, there are what 9 teams that are in striking distance.
कुछ भी हो सकता भाई, देख रहे हो 2-2
Yeah, I
3-3
mean, you
पॉइंट
look
से
at
पीछे हैं
FaZe
सब।
in first place is only 14 points between first and ninth, which is which is an incredibly small spread. But it's what makes this event so exciting. It's what made last week's weekly finals absolutely bonkers
अच्छे लगते हैं,
because of the
बच्चे नहीं
situation we
होंगे
had
अभी।
where it was a best of one,
सारे
and
सब
so
कसम
far
से
that's
अच्छे
kind
लगते
of what's
हैं
happening
हाँ।
here, and I can't wait. I'm
ये
sure
सबसे
this
नीचे
stress
लेफ्ट वाला
must be
कैसा लग रहा है भाई,
absolutely
वो आवाज जहाँ ले रहा है।
just ridiculous on the shoulders of these players, but hell, it makes some of the best
ये
PUBG
आईडी
you'll
है,
ever
ये अजीब
watch,
सा।
and that's exactly I'm with
दाढ़ी नहीं है
Pog
भाई इनके किसी की,
100%.
हल्की सी
I
भी
want
नहीं
to
भाई।
see a
दाढ़ी
best of one.
वो तो
I was
भाई
going to say,
क्या बोलते हैं,
just to
आपके
put
को
it
नहीं
in
दाढ़ी होना
context,
था।
usually I'd say around the 4th place on the final standing sits around 70 points, right? So if we take that into account, really, I mean, FaZe are 26 points off the beat.
भाई हाँ,
And
टिगल्टन
everybody
मेरे को
above
एक
that
बात बोल रहा
even
था, इनका जो
closer,
लोग है ना
right?
डे ट्रेड
So
का,
with 3
दो बुल लड़
games
रहे हैं।
left, it's literally all to play
उसने
for.
बोला उसके
And
पैर
actually,
देखो
if you know
बुल
some
के,
of these top teams
ऐसा नहीं
still
लग रहा है
have
ऐसे
not
बॉल
necessarily
बुल
a
कुछ
bad
कर रहा
game,
हो।
but a middling game, it leaves it wide open for some teams to still
उसके
make
जब मैं स्ट्रीम देख रहा था तब बोलता है ये ऐसा
Let's
इतना
talk, and
गंदा
I think the one
इनका
team
हुआ है
that's on the
लोग।
cusp for me right now, you know, we said earlier, Gen G
जैसे
ship
एक बुल
has
दूसरे
sailed.
के ले रहा।
I gotta ask you, Godspeed, Buriram, did the sailing of their ships in the last
साले का
game
अजीब
mean
दिमाग
that
है, गंदा
their
दिमाग
tournament
है।
has sailed?
Well, I
टॉक्सिक
don't-
बंदा है भाई वो।
so they decided to beach their boat for
They're playing a
whatever
different game.
reason. Yeah, they were. We were kind of poking fun at that, but the real crazy thing is the fact that they got on land and they punked Tiamba out of that long building.
Yeah.
They literally pushed Tiamba across the street when they were in the water. So that's not only crazy that Buriram did that and the mindset and kind of the bravery on their part, but also that speaks to me on the way that Tiamba is playing right now.
Yes.
There is no reason that Tiamba should let 4 players come out of the water and push them off of a building across the street. That was really wild.
वही ना
Hypok,
मुझे
I
लग नहीं
feel
रहा
like
जैसे बुल
you
कुछ
have
कर
an
रहा हो।
opinion about that bully. Do you support that kind of bully play?
I mean, there are 2 different types of teams. Once we get to Championship Sunday, they're the ones that defer away from their usual play style, and the other ones that just say, do you know what, we're going to capitalize on the fact that everybody is absolutely shook, right? The fact that there's this much money on the line, they make these ballsy plays. And another one, you know, I think back to teams like 4AM. They love to take those scrappy team fights, and those are the ones that catch teams off guard, right? When it kind of breaks the mold, it goes against the trend, breaks anticipations and tendencies.
Tendencies are changing. Anticipation is building. Brought to you by Zowie, Toomey, Perrier, and Intel. The final
गाड़ी
3
खड़ी करी हुई है,
games
चले
are
जाओ जाओ।
about to get underway. Think about the stress.
US मिल गई है
Imagine
वहाँ।
being in a position with 3 games to go, 9 teams in the hunt, and $1 million+ on the line. That is what these players deal with as they sit in the plane. Get ready,
गौरव
get
कर भरती पूरी
set,
जाकर
get
क्या हो रहा है
dropping.
ऐसा?
It's your casters, paper thin and
गौरव
natural.
गौरव 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 कहाँ है?
Miramar now done. From here on out, we
Low,
just roll
seriously,
through
then
here
we
and
try
go.
कर रहा था,
3
क्या
more
कर
rounds
रहा
to
था?
decide it all, and like the desk was talking about, it is neck and neck. Yet again,
Oh,
another
तो
tie up
क्या
at the top of the
कर रहे
leaderboard, and it
हो?
really does look like we might be moving into that final round
गई
to
क्या?
decide who walks away with
Revenge
over
किस
$1
तरह
million,
का
baby.
है? पूरे हम भाई हर player पे
I
पैसे
mean,
लगाते
now the
हैं।
pressure really starts to build for all these teams. It's hard to believe that we're at this point in the tournament that we have nothing but Erangels left, and then we're done after so many weeks of incredible PUBG action, after seeing so many great teams, 32 of the best in the world going at it. We find out who is going to walk away with a ton of money, life-changing money coming through, and the top of the leaderboard, 6 teams with 50 points or more right now. This one almost certainly going to come down to the wire unless somebody just wins like 3 in a row here. And speaking of, if any of those teams in the bottom are going to come out, they need to win 3 in a row to have any hope at this point.
Day Trade and Jinji in some trouble right now, as you know, fan bases are having a little bit of a heart-to-heart with themselves, trying to figure out what is
Vision
happening.
says he hates you. अरे unique
Let's
मजे
just
ले
be
रहे हो।
real, and it's not done, but it's going to be hard for them.
अरे ये तो मजे ले रहा है unique।
This circle, so we saw a little bit
क्या
of
बोल
fun
रहा
in
था
Yasnaya yesterday.
बोल रहा
There was
मेरे
a
चैट में
fresh in,
वो
and
लिख
we
रहा है
got
कि
that
गौरव hates me और तुम्हारे चैट में लिख रहा है
shot.
विजन hates you।
But a lot of stalwart inside the circle,
वही।
as well as the fields to the south of it. We still even
ओ
have
भाई
prison, crater, whatever you want to call it. I
सही
still
है
ये
have
नहीं है
a
इनके यहाँ पे।
super old
और
name
कुछ
for
नहीं।
that position in my head every single time.
Well, just call it whatever you want. That's what I'm at. That's the point I'm at in these days, because like
Let's
I
go
have a lot of
Unique
Korean
चाहता क्या है?
call-outs that I
अरे,
use for
बोल रहा
stuff.
controversy करो।
Like heaven
उठ
is
जाओगे
sky garden
दोनों।
to me, and so like whatever. As long as people know what the heck you're
Yeah,
talking
gotcha,
about,
gotcha.
that's all that matters, Matt.
That one place where there's buildings inside the like hole in the ground.
अरे कल मैं मजे ले रहा था। पता है मैंने कल
I
क्या
understand
किया?
why it's called
हाँ मैंने
Pentium,
रैंडम टीम लगाई
so
तो रैंडम
it's
टीम
a
में एक
weird
सोलो ही
thing
बंदा
now,
आया था,
but
पूरी टीम
especially
नहीं
whenever
आई।
they change the names
तो
of
मैंने
them.
बोला
For whatever
मैंने उसको
reason,
फॉलो
that
कर दिया।
just,
उसके बाद
like,
फिर मैंने
my
बोला
brain
कहाँ जाना है,
didn't
उससे
switch
बोला
over
मार्क कर
for a
दिया,
while.
माइक ऑफ था उसका।
I
फिर
don't know, a
एक
lot of
टीम
players
उतरी,
still
मैंने
call
बोला
it the
वन
same
टीम
way. A
गाचो
lot of the
गाचो।
old tried and true names still stick around. 4 Angry Men, though,
बंदा रिप्लाई नहीं दिया भाई
becoming
वो।
a huge topic of conversation after that last round. A
शांति
great
बैठा रहा। आज मैं
performance from
करने
them,
वाला हूँ, मैं
who's been
पक्का
kind of
गाचो
the
गाचो करने वाला हूँ आज।
sleeping giant, for lack of a better term, as a lot of people had expectations for him, and it
अरे
just
देव बोल रहा
wasn't
था मेरे से
happening. But
PUBG लाइट
finally
खेलने के
pulling
लिए।
something together.
देख
FaZe
लो
in a
भाई तो।
similar category to that. I mean, right up there next to Team
देव को
Liquid
मैसेज
and
आया था, बोल
8th
रहा था आज भाई PUBG
respectively.
लाइट खेल लेते
These
हैं।
are two teams. Whenever we look at international
चलो
events,
भाई ठीक
we
है।
know that they can perform whenever it comes to
क्या
this
करेगा?
stage. And a lot of eyes are now starting to be set on, all right, there's just a
खेल
couple
लेना
rounds
तुमको
left.
खेलना हो तो।
What can you guys do?
Well, I mean, FaZe and 4AM are two teams that you could never count out. They're still in it. I mean, FaZe, even though they had a bad Miramar, definitely they could get it done on Erangel. Definitely they could come through
फेस मुंह
and put
खोल
up
के
some
क्यों खेल
big
रहा भाई?
games to put themselves back
हवा सांस ले
towards
रहा
one
है
of
क्या?
those top
तेज तेज।
spots, towards the top of the leaderboard. No doubt
ये लोग
about
फिर
it. in my
यासना
mind.
चले गए।
SDK, another one of those teams that needs to kind of pick it up. A bad Miramar for them as well. Good early start, good first half of the tournament. Made a roster move, didn't pan out quite
अरे
the
वो
way they
मनीष
would
लिखा
have
था ना
liked
मेरे
the
पे चेक
following
करने
2
के लिए,
weeks, but
इसलिए
here in
पढ़
the
रहा
final
था।
week, coming out strong, coming out banging. In those first day, second day so far, not the best, but Circle's not too bad for them. Heading up north towards Yasnaya again, so they got a real opportunity here to potentially come away with some big points. We know.
सर्कल क्या है? लगभग कल वाला सर्कल है भाई, ये तो सेम।
सेम नहीं बन सकता ना कल की तरह वो।
नहीं जंजी तो उधर गई है प्री मॉस्क। रोटेशन ले रहे हैं वो। ईस्टर बहुत अलग चला गया भाई। सोलो वो हॉस्पिटल चला गया और बाकी पूरी टीम उसकी वहां पर है प्री मॉस्क में।
along a similar path, and they might bump into
क्या
each
है
other
आपका
mid-rotation.
e-sport name?
Yeah, they're trying to get a little more north. Teams feeling like maybe this one, with the way it's situated, might think about leaving the southern area of Yasnaya this time around. I don't think we're going to get another Yasnaya finish. At least I kind of hope not. We already had our one, Matt. That's good enough. We had our one city finish. I think we're okay on those. I mean, they are exciting. They are a lot of fun to watch, of course, but I don't know about this. Oh boy, SDK now driving across.
भाई फ्री फायर मारा हुआ है पहले ही।
Ready using those sound
होता
cues to
है
free
भाई
fire.
ओ भाई
He's gonna get the knock onto Raw.
क्या सही नॉक दिया ये
They're
लोग
driving downhill, going pretty quick.
Go
They're not
knock
gonna be able to
करके।
pick up the point
भाई
off
बहुत सही नॉक दिया है।
I mean, sometimes it's just about inflicting damage onto the armor and the helmets, make it a little bit easier. Just those knocks come in. Sonic's also having a similar mindset, trying to hold out where we see Tiembo rolling through. This is more of Sonic's forte at this stage of the game, and Mings getting dropped
एक गोली का
lower and
बचाओ।
lower. Or they can continue this hunt. And it looks like Tickleton was thinking about it, then that tree just came out of nowhere and stopped him in his tracks. So, you live for today, Mings.
यार बचाओ सी गाड़ी
The
का।
question is,
मतलब
where
एक
is
कार
him
फट
and
गया
the
है
rest of
मतलब।
Tiemba going to line up? Because with Sonic's
मगर
kind of
भाई
roaming
ले
around,
उसकी।
you can see that Tiemba feeling a little
उनकी
bit,
टीम आ
pump the
गई है।
brakes a little bit, trying to get an idea on where Sonics are going to be coming in at. As this isn't even inside the safe zone, this is just kind of Sonics doing Sonics things.
Well, I like the start by Shrimzy to shoot the tire out. He just wasn't able to wipe out Mings. A lot of times if you shoot the tire out, the car will spin out as well. Didn't happen this time around. Mings able to keep a handle on it. Very nicely done by Mings, to be honest. That's really tough to do. And he comes away with his life for some really excellent driving, to be frank. That is a skilled player in that regard. So a very underrated skill in competitive PUBG is driving. One of the hardest things to do, and that's why you see quite a few accidents all over the place. Even at the highest level, teams still do have a little bit of trouble with it. So really cool to see Mings get away with that, to be honest. I like the attempt by the Sonics. It's a really good idea by Shrimzy to pop the tire and then go for it. They frankly almost got it. He was one shot away, was Mings, but
बताओ 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 क्या स्पोर्ट
Mings
नेम
did
मैंने बोला
retreat.
था
I think
आपसे
he went
बताओ
out
मेरे
and found
को
another vehicle and is going to be
What's
regrouping with
the sport
Tiamba.
ये शायद
Hopefully
जेंजी
just a
वाली
bit.
पोजीशन पे जा रही है क्या सोनिक?
Yeah, you can see most teams already in position. Really,
जेंजी भी जा
tail
रही है
end
अभी
teams
पोजीशन
are
ले
going to
रही
be
है।
poor Mings, who's got to meet up the rest of the
मिंग्स
team.
कितनी दूर भाग गया
Then
डर
we've
के।
got Day Trade and Gen G. Almost everybody else kind of positioning out. Do you know the fact that we have multiple 2-2 splits
बोला ना
or
ये नहीं।
lineup splits in the center of the circle, where we can see a Freak of Freaks, Shoot to Kill, DXG, as well as Zenith, all getting a lot of footholds inside of that. Then along Stolber, we've got 4AM running a little bit of separation as well. Means a lot of good control is going to be set up, and if these teams do have to rotate through this due to shifts or whatever else, again, that is going to be the gauntlet position, just to the east of Yasnaya, all the way into the Stolber.
भाई ये क्या देख लिया मैं?
You know, flipping back over the vehicle, it all
टिकट इन
works.
तो हैंगर उड़ता हुआ जानवर से।
It's a love tap. As they're
तूने मेरी
अबे
गाड़ी पलटी।
अब मैं तेरी फोड़ूंगा।
These guys are just like bumping into each other. They're
अलग ही
playing like a
बंदा है।
destruction derby, right?
मजे ले रहे हैं, यहाँ
They're
टूर्नामेंट
having a
चल
little
रहा है।
fun with each other. Tickleton and Shrimzy, when if you've ever watched them stream together, they like to give each other a hard time, no doubt about it. So just giving a few love taps to each other there, and Shrimzy wants that UAS, and I don't blame him. The hard top UAS, pretty nice, gives you pretty decent cover, and if you keep it alive late game, even better. We'll see though. 4 a.m. Yeah, like you mentioned, hanging out on the Stallber, this south side of the Stallber Hill. Infantry
उतार दिया,
crossing paths here.
उतार
Vanaka gets a
ओ भाई
headshot
गया
on the
गया
9,
गया गया
trying to
गया
hit the
गया
knock.
गया।
He's gonna find it. Great shooting with that M4. Good
माइक ने
seat
फोड़ा इस
spot
बार।
for Vanaka. He's looked great today for Day Trade.
Oh, we missed the run over, but Vanatica has had
ड्राइव बाय भी कितनी ज्यादा हो रखी है। नर्फ करने के लिए बोल रहे हैं सब लोग ड्राइव बाय, पता
very
है?
impressed with how he's playing. I mean, whenever we saw him just absolutely destroy Shoot to Kill inside that last round, that just shows the confidence in his own
Oscar भी भाग रहा
firepower
है
that he
बेचारा।
has and the capabilities of him as a player. So no surprise whenever we see the drive-by meta being strong, he has the capabilities to perform in it as well. Everything's kind of calm right now. Nobody's really shooting at each other. Really, it's just positioning is going to be the big factor with what we're looking at. Most of our teams already in fairly safe points. Our tail end teams, Oath coming in from Military Base Island. You can see Burram defending up, taking shots at FaZe, who's finding themselves in a little bit of an awkward
मेरी
position.
आवाज नहीं
as
आ
they
रही है
rotate
तुम लोग?
through. Now they're going to be rolling into that firing line that DXG had
हाँ,
set up a
फिर
little
ये।
while ago. If
गलत
they
बात
opt
यार।
into West, they're going to be running through the thickest part of the gauntlet. If they stay along the coastline and can get past DXG, we might see them be able to get a couple of more kills out of this, as Fergus does look like that's too many people.
उन्हें रुकना भी नहीं था, उसे और भगा दिया।
Now, firm Eastern control going to be in.
इसको रुकना नहीं था वहाँ, और DXG वाला जो रुका तो उसे और भगा दिया डरा के।
Fergus was like, nah, there's too many vehicles, there's too many members coming at me. It's time to peace out. Yeah, FaZe trying to get to the coastline to work, you know, east to west, really keep themselves just one team at a time, try to keep teams off their backs. potentially. They're going to fan out over there, and they really like to gain control of the hills on the eastern side of the coast, get some information from that position, and try to work their way in as the circle is.
वो PUBG BC लाइट में
हाँ
ड्राइव बाय तो कर सकते हैं ना, गाड़ी तो नहीं रुकती एकदम
नहीं
से?
नहीं नहीं
Go.
नहीं
There's
रुकती
still quite a bit of terrain
कर
inside
सकते
of
हैं
this.
लेकिन
Not a
उसकी
lot
ड्राइव
of
बाय
water
सेम
to
है पहले
begin
वाली
on
जैसे
this
PUBG
one,
PC
so
में
where
होती थी
are
ना
we going to
पहले
head? Wow, hard
Okay.
वो वाली
shift
है
up to
उसकी
the
अभी भी ड्राइव है
north towards Stalber.
We're getting a Stalber game, ladies and gentlemen. That means hillside battles galore. Really, it's just going to be a giant king of the hill fight in the most literal of terms right now. So, really looking through, we can see that Gen.G rotating early is going to get themselves an inside track to a high ground position. 4AM already playing the hillside, also good as well. Almost every other team hopping in vehicles and rotating. They were all hoping and gambling on a more centralized position. So right now, I believe we have
इसकी
close
गाड़ी
to about
कूद गई भाई
11
उसमें से
teams in
हैंड्स
vehicles
पे से
trying
उसे
to
बिना
cut a
तोड़े
path into the Stalber hillside. T1 advancing in right next to
दाई
Yaz
चेंग
Nai. You can see infantry going to be making their cut through as well. A lot
होगी
of
तो एकदम
teams
मिसाइल की तरह जाती है
really
और
leaning
चीज
into the southeast most notably. Leading the charge on this direction, it's going to be T1 playing one part of the hillside. 4 angry men set up taking shots, but there are so many targets. It's so hard to select and communicate how you're going to fire into this. Somehow T1 just pushing their way up the hillside, using the horsepower of the vehicles just to go ahead and bypass all of these teams that are taking firing lines at them. Already one has made it up through the hillside. Tiamba taking
क्या बच
shots.
के निकल रहे हैं यार T1 वाले
Nothing is really connecting enough to get the knocks onto it, and T1 is somehow getting away with this.
I
सही
mean,
निकल रहे
this is a hell of a maneuver by T1. I mean, high risk, high reward. If they're able to get up here, they're going to find themselves a really nice spot in this circle, a good chance to
Finally,
try
एक shot
to,
पड़ा
take firm control of this final weekend. They're tied for first with 58, and I mean, they can definitely do it. There's no doubt about it. They can do it on Erangel. They're not a bad Erangel team by any stretch of the imagination. I think I'd say they're a little bit better on Miramar personally, but regardless, they're in the driver's seat with infantry. They could definitely get this done. Interestingly enough, infantry far on the northern side of the circle right now, not near anybody, playing it pretty safe. Gen.G kind of trying to have a similar idea where they made a wide wrap around the north, but MCG left heaven quite some time ago and has bumped into the same kind of space that Gen.G's occupying.
Oh, this is a bad call. Gustav hits the first shot. Balefrost in a lot of trouble. Tries to go for the drive-by. Does connect onto him, but it's turning into a problem. Snakers pops up. Pat caps it back behind it. Fuzzface steps out trying to get the damage. Fuzzface, the last one up for his squad. Snakers just rolling through, flushing out everything around.
भाई वो ओट्स ने ले लिया भाई
Sonics that's just putting in work on this fight.
ओ भाई
Zenith back behind
Eagleton kill
Sonics,
चोर कर गया
putting in some work into them, and somehow Fuzzface being the sole survivor in the mess along this hill.
I mean, Oath just melted 3 members of FaZe after losing a couple in the
फर्स्ट
in
तो
the
ट्रॉल है
push.
भाई मेरे हिसाब
They
से तो
find a couple, some good driving, but yeah, there's other teams hanging out on the outside of the compound that are going to punish it, and it's going to be up to Fuzz. He's been playing great. We mentioned it earlier on, but all alone, let's see if he can get it done. We've seen some great solo heroics already so far this week. Maybe there's some more magic in the old FaZe clan. It is Sunday, so you never know what you're going to get from them, but that's tough position for him to be in. He's kind of isolated. That's not the best compound to be in either. That's a very if any other team crashes,
तो वही वाला
that
compound
Buzz
ले
is in
रही
a
थी
really
जिससे वो
dangerous spot.
जीती
It's a
थी
very nadeable position to be in. So
वही compound था
I'm a little bit worried about him going forward. 4 AM looking to continue that steamroll that they started in the previous round.
So last circle, we saw a massive shift to the north, made everybody have to rotate. This time around, a little bit more friendly. A lot of the teams opted into this eastern hillside as it does have a lot of different dips, positions that you can play. The western side of the hill, we see it a lot more, but it's a lot harder to play, specifically with the rock formations and everything. So that does mean that now more teams are going to have to move into entrenched points. Most notably, it's going to be day trade. T1 can continue to move up the hillside, so should have an easy pass. But a Freak of Freaks in a little bit of trouble as they're trying to find some way to approach this. And they're going to have a lot of teams taking shots at him. You can see it's going to be Zenith, the beneficiaries, picking up 2 kills quite early.
What a spray by Punij with the Groza, just ripping a Freak of Freaks asunder here. They are down to their last 2 members. EJ and Hansi
अबे
are
रॉथ को तो
very
उठाया भी
beat
नहीं इन
up,
लोगों ने
throwing down smokes, trying to get those healths off.
FaZe
Fortunately
क्या
for
कर रहा
them,
है
Buzz
deep
is kind of
है
pinned inside of that compound. Maybe he'll try to reach out to pick up some kills if he feels like it. I think he's a little bit concerned. You can see some smokes around his compound as well. A little bit worried that he was going to get pushed there, but because of Zenith's move to get to the cliff side, get some really good damage into Afrika. Let's watch this replay from FaZe and Oath. And Gustav and Aids, he tried to hold behind the vehicle. He plows into him, shoots his way through from the side seat there. What a move. Yeah, it's huge by Snakers.
I do want to point out the strength of where we see Zenith's position. They've got a lot of vision that they can work with. And remember, the strong games that we saw come from Zenith were in Yasnaya when they had the high ground advantage. This is a team that knows how to play it quite well. Sure, they did have one of their members go down, but they managed to take down one of the Afrika Freaks. So now Hanzia, the last one up for his squad and just clinging to the car for life. There's a couple of small fights that are happening and look like they're about to brew as Team Liquid did push their way into this point at a roughly similar time that looks like the guys from Tiemba also opted into this position. Buzzface realizes there's an opportunity, looks up the hillside, knows the fact that it's a little bit problematic, but it's going to be God V on a side point that gets some damage in, and Buraram finds the vision into the last and is going to take down Buzzface.
Yeah, Buraram starting to inch their way forward from the south. It's scary for all the other teams that are hanging out down there. Sonic, Zenith, the remnants of Afrika Freaks. Code on the left, get it in there, guys. There's other things going on right now. Sonic's here. They've got a pretty good position up on the central ledge there. Pretty defendable. T1 is working the western edge. They have split after making that incredible run up the hill. They have the western side of Stalber to themselves, more or less, as Tianba's gotten bogged down in T1, down in mini Stalber. And Day Trade still looming up ahead. Genji beyond that. 4 AM has the eastern side of the Stalber ruins. Now Infantry under pressure from visionX.
3 different teams now tied for first, and visionX looking to go after one of them.
Long
Infantry
queue,
in a little
long
bit of
step.
trouble. This grenade could be quite big. Gonna bounce a little bit too far though. Nice play using that little closed off bunker for more defense. Long K thinks that he has the read. The bounce is gonna go in, but look at Infantry repositioning around this, realizing where their vulnerabilities lie at. Instead, pressing the top of the hill. Long K gonna use the smoke though. Play right up into their face and find an advantage to work with. Longsker caught up, here's the vehicle, knows that it's coming, but visionX playing this quite efficiently. Fergus getting some damage into Longsker, having to reposition away from it. Do know no other teams really have vision to really third party into this. This is its own contained fight, and one of the few places that this can happen. Long K just starting to take some sprays inside the smoke is now Infantry, having to play full on defense, leaning into the smokes, trying to lean into some cover, as now DXG realizes the flank point, calls it out, and it's going to be a nice reposition coming in, and Infantry, one of our teams, tied for first, down this early.
That's a fantastic move by Neil T, and he gets away with it. He gets a bunch of damage, but survives. Gives the information to his teammates on the exact positioning of Infantry, and they're able to swarm. Now it's over to Buriram. They continue to push. They push through.
Buriram ने ले लिया भाई.
They're down in 13th. A hot
अरे बहुत अच्छी
knife
टीम है
through
भाई
butter
Buriram.
there. Buriram is so darn good. And well, you never know.
बहुत
The
सही उन लोगों का
momentum, once
close.
it starts to carry them, it's wind in their sails, and they become
इब्बा बैठ
a
के गया.
real force to be reckoned with. Team Liquid trying to get away. Clib has been knocked. Tianba still looming around them, but M200. Oh, Purdy? Nope. They get up over the hill. They're going to hide behind those rocks well enough from Purdy's sight lines, although Clib is knocked behind that US.
But it's not inside the safe zone. They still have to advance past this. Tiemba's holding out shoot to kill, trying to make sure that they get a play out of this as well. You know, the fact that she's quite good with throwables and has a vision on where a potential res could be happening at, so they might opt into taking a couple of tosses. Instead, they're going to allow the res to come through. Here comes the throwables, landing right on top of it, but there is a little bit of a hillside. Pentalol gets the line onto a Pgis. The grenades start to land right on top of him, but it's going to be some shots coming up from the 4 angry men who are in a gatekeeping position for this. Team Liquid in a lot of trouble. Clib going down now as well. Shoot to kill, trying to buy this one out, get the shots into it as they know that they still have to contest against 4 angry men. Oddly enough, it's going to be James that's rolling up the hillside that might be in a point to either contest or just continue to loop around to the north. Looks like he's going to try to bypass 4 AM's position, and that's going to have to abandon. The other member for Team Liquid to the throws of what's going on between Tiemba and Shoot to Kill. Last member up for Tiemba. Gonna spot out Shoot to Kill, gets the spray into 1. But they do manage to get back.
अरे तो पॉइंट चाहिए ना उसको.
Well, the good news is
हम ले लेंगे तेरा
a
पॉइंट.
little bit of time to get this res off. I say that, and Maxi comes up behind him. It's going to be Godby again, helping from up above. Take Maxi down.
भाई क्या सरवाइव हुआ है देखो 0
Almost losing Purdy. Look at that. He has literally 1 HP left in that knock status. James, in the meantime, has gone up into the Stalber ruins. I don't know how he got up there. He got past 4 AM's defense line somehow, some way. Now Forever is looking in this direction, trying to see if he can catch Jeems crossing that area. It's a nice open field spot. It's a good read by Forever to know the terrain up here, to know that that's the angle that Jeems has to go through potentially.
And this is what helped Jeems out a little bit in his journey trying to make it to the safe zone. 4A got very much focus and a bead in towards shoot to kill's positioning. You can see in a little bit of trouble now. T1 was kind of caught up looking a little bit more towards Jinji's positioning, and that's what allowed Jeems to get into the spot. While he is inside the last safe zone, the new circle has popped and definitely favors Sonic's positioning, who's got themselves a nice compound to play from. A lot of these teams are going to be repositioning along the Strawberry hillside, moving into this eastern hills where it's going to get a little bit more bloody. You can see most notably in the north, there's a much wider open area that we're seeing a couple of these fights happening. And most notably, it's still Multi-Circle Gaming Jinji taking some shots at each other, while now T1 should be getting into a point where they get vision. Dongche waiting, taking the shots at PO, and that's going to be him going down. He was taking the shots into Multi-Circle Gaming, and so a quick exchange as third-party high ground advantages are going to become a theme in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, time and time again this weekend, we've seen PO get caught out in situations like that where he's tunneled on something and gets third party from the side. And for Gen G, they're getting sandwiched between T1 and MCG. I don't expect this round to last much longer for them, barring some kind of miracle. Shinboy gonna let loose with that grenade as he retreats. Getting some help from 4AM again is Zenith this time. So 4AM just working the teams on the bottom of this hill, doing so much damage to them, putting so much damage into the armor and the other utility that the teams have. It's really, really tough for them with the way 4M is playing. They're picking up a few points here and there. Star-Lord knocked for T1. Dengche pushing down the hill to try to cut off either MCG or Gen G, whoever's coming up this hill. It's going to be Tank with the SLR looking that direction. Are they going to be able to get to Star-Lord? No, they are not. It's going to be the blue that finishes that off. 3 up left for T1.
It's turning into a mess on top of this hillside. Jinji gets eliminated. Blue gets vision onto T1. Spots it out as they're making their approach. Gets a little bit of damage into Aqua 5, but he's managing to hold it up. Him and Dongche trying to find some way to make this one work as they're right on top. They've got pincer points. They've got Multi-Circle Gaming off to one side of them. Now just Dongche, the last one up for his team. He's in a spot.
मजे ले रहे हैं भाई सब एक दूसरे से
have the high ground and
International
really supervising everything that's been trying to go on. Multi-Circle Gaming were trying to push their way up there, but bumped into T1 on their approach on the hillside. Now it's just one member up in a problematic situation for T1. Question comes into play. Is anybody going to get vision onto them, or is it just going to continue to be the third-party setup? You can see that Multi-Circle Gaming's evilly in a point, trying to maybe push into the last remaining member for T1. Meanwhile, you can see DXG making push into Sonic's positioning. Oh, we're seeing a little bit of a pickup there. Actually, not the last one. Not going to give it up just quite yet for his squad, and continuing to do T1 things and try to find a way to make the worst situation favorable for them.
Well, 4AM is going to barrel in towards Dongche. They know that he is isolated out there after he picked up that knock onto Evil Lee. They want to try to finish him off, getting some good opening damage. He's screwed. Yeah, he's dead. There you go. Crazy going to finish him off. It was just nothing he could do. He's on a hillside, and 4AM has so much control there. Back over to Zenith, still in this fight with Buriram. They've been doing a pretty good job, but Buriram is so tough to dislodge. They're so tenacious. They're so furious. Their shooting is so good that they become a real problem. Even when they're in a really bad position on the low ground like this, they're able to land those narrow angle headshots. Just like that. Edie gonna get the knock onto Pugis. These guys are actually insane. It doesn't matter if you have better positioning. You have to just weather a storm. You're gonna suffer losses, it feels like, one way or another. Fighting Buriram United.
Buriram is always after the kill points, and they're just going to continue to be Buriram. They're going to take a fight, and they're going to drag you down into the dirt with them. They're going to force you to play their way over and over again, and they find ways to make it worth. You're seeing the fact that a lot of these teams that are presently alive starting to stack together the kills. 4AM holding up with 9, Zenith with 6 at this time, Buriram holding down 6, Multi-Circle Gaming with 5. Really Sonics, who've been just kind of chilling right now. They have the circle to themselves. But they had the circle to themselves for quite a while. They're the ones that have been kind of chilling because they haven't had a chance to really fight anything. Everything has been going on to the edge. Multi-Circle Gaming finally finding an angle, trying to push up, trying to find some way to really encroach their fortified defensive positions. But it's going to be 4 angry men trying to dislodge Zenith to the south. So we have 2 different fights breaking out where all of the teams are clustered.
Well, Godby's got an AUG. He's going to get kickstart out in the open and take Zenith out. The second place team
No, well,
just
it
got
is,
eliminated by the first place team. 4 AM looking to put their foot down on top of the rest of these teams in this
4M
lobby.
दोबारा जीतेगा
Mine
क्या?
gets a pretty decent
Shite.
grenade in there, gets some good damage. Tank and Lingdu trying to work the sides of the rock. Summer,
बाहर
they're
तो
going
पूरे
to
चार
hold
हैं
on to this. They're going to
सकता।
stick this res. Summer almost goes down to those frags. Does not fall. Shrimsy gonna really cook one up. Is it gonna be well timed? Yes, it is. Gonna get the finish on to Summer. So the res does not come through. Now it's a 2v2 with MCG and Sonics.
On the other side of this, you can see it's Burwam trying to hold back the
4M
4 angry
जीतेगी।
men, but it's not going to go in their favor. 13 kills. Now for 4
भाई
angry
4M
men,
already
they fought their way
70
to be
points
at
पे आ
the
गई।
top of the leaderboard, and they are showing you why.
वही क्या
Multi-circle
lead
Gaming
बना
Already
रही है।
70
is
points पे
still
चल रही है
caught up in this
4M।
fight, and that means that 4 AM has control over all the rest of the circle. They can do whatever they
तुम्हारा
want
कार्ड भी
to
वेस्ट
do
हो गया।
with it. Multi-circle gaming trying to find some way
दो
to
मैच
get
बचे
around
हैं।
this rock or at least get an idea on
देखो
what's going
जंजी
on.
तो उभरने
Look
से
at
गई
the
है 15 पे
verticality
बैठी है
in the
18
positioning.
पॉइंट्स के
You can
साथ।
see that Lou is already
क्या दो
shifted
चिकन भी खा
very
ले।
high up this hillside. You can't even see him on the screen that we're looking at because he's such,
भाई ये तो
he's in
घेर
such
रही
a
है।
high ground position
हाँ।
and is really kind of keep an eye on this fight
4M
as it
घेर
breaks
रही है
out.
भाई।
घेरेगी भाई वो,
4M
उसके पास सर्कल
have
देखो
a little
कितना
bit of a
ज्यादा।
difficult position ahead of them. There is a little bit of a valley that cuts through this hillside, so they have to make the choice. Do they hold where they're at or do they advance in the fight? And you know how 4 angry men are going to play this. They're always going
घेरेंगे
to
लोग।
advance. Crazy, leading the way, pushing in, knows where the fight's happening, knows where all the other teams are stacked up at, and now it's just a matter of time. Can Multi-Circle Gaming fight their way into Sonics? Can they sneak around? 4 angry men have the numbers advantage, and they have the control, but we've seen a lot of these games turn on their heads today.
Well, I love this move by 4 AM. It's so smart to take control of that hillside, those rocks. It's open. It puts them underneath Sonics. It gives them great cover. If MCG comes around the side, they're going to be ready for it potentially. I would hope.
God तो hill
I
पे
would
चढ़ा हुआ
think
भाई।
that 4 AM, yep, Crazy's looking down that way. If anybody comes around, you can
4
see
AM का
Godby's
man,
up on top in
easy-
case somebody
easy
comes
match.
up and over. For MCG, there's enough of that rock ledge still in the next circle that they can hide underneath it for a bit, but Phase 8 likely to move away from it, so eventually they're going to have to
अगर
move.
जीत गए
4
ना,
AM has
80
all the
points,
information. They
83
know where
points शायद।
exactly where all the other 4 players are. They know where both members of Sonics are. They know where both members of MCG are. So for them now, it's just a waiting game because everybody can still hide.
फिर तो
Nobody
दो
has to
मैच और
move, nobody has
बचेंगे।
to reveal their position until Phase 8.
Let's point out again, this is another late game circle that Multi-Circle Gaming have managed to fight their way into, most notably from disadvantaged positions. So with this, it looks like they're going to have to contest up against Sonics. Sonics is aware of the threat that's coming around them. Crazy though, playing such an aggressive position up there with Forever, might put himself in a little bit of a precarious spot.
गिरा हुआ है
Lou,
अच्छे से भाई।
a lot of this hinges on him. He has got to control every bit of movement from these other two teams using that high ground point. With this, you can see that Lingdu might be pushing down along this point, might kind of creep along with it, might try to find something else. Mime has a read on the position to the north of him, getting an idea on what's happening with 4 AM. This is all about trying to figure out how to move and then make your counter move, as there is still one more circle that's going to pop before everything shrinks down into that centralized point. A lot of this game is resting, waiting for that moment to happen, and it's just 2 seconds away. Where is the circle going to go? And a smidgen of Sonic's compound stays in play. Mime gets vision onto Lou, but the hillside's going to add in enough protection, but he does go down! Man lines up the shots, and this game is starting to become a little bit more open.
एंकर
That
की
was
पोजीशन गई।
great patience by
अच्छा player
Mime,
गया
showing
उनका।
you
हाँ।
why we call him prime time.
Lou।
Comes up big there. That is a bit of a dent in the armor here for 4 AM. That is 3 left, and they might be losing control of this. We'll see. Losing control of that high ground. Godby had moved
Godby
way
बचा
onto the
बस।
south of this circle. Shrimsy gonna wait this one out. First, it seems like Sonic's kind of worried about MCG, and then we'll
ठीक है
worry
कर रहा
about
था
4
भाई।
AM when we get to it. But again, 4
अपनी team
AM
पे
in the
मिला
driver's
था।
seat of this one. 13 kills already in this game. Sonics only have 5. MCG has 6. Those 2 other teams put together don't even have as many kills as 4 AM already has, Matt.
Throwing a smoke in to try to deny some of the vision for Sonics. Multi-Circle Gaming look like they might be opting to make their play. Are they pushing into Sonic's positioning? Are they going to contest against 4 angry men? Right now, it almost feels like it could be a mutually assured destruction moment. Multi-Circle Gaming pushing
Oh,
in,
bhai,
trying to
double
crest
lag
up,
gaya
but Molotov's going to come out, slow down the approach. The
Nahi,
blue
bach jayega.
cresting in and making it oh so much more problematic for Multi-Circle Gaming. Tank, though, feels like he's got the opportunity. He's going to start leading the way. Mime still having to deal with harassment coming out from God V way off on the other side of the circle. Now, the fight is starting to break in. Multi-Circle Gaming advancing in. You can see Tank just on the other side of the doorway forever, starting to crest in, getting a little bit of an idea
Zyada
of where
intense nahi ho
Ling
gaya
might
ye.
be playing from, and Tank opts to make a play towards the top of it, spots out Mime, gets vision on him, takes him down. Just one up for Sonics and a good read on how to counter move around that positioning. Lingdu now has to contest with Crazy, and you can see Multi-Circle Gaming has an idea of what's going on. Yet again, an exchange between the two of them. It's going to be forever. That's got the back of his teammates. Lingdu, though, starting to get an idea of what's going on. Has to crest up, has to push forward.
1v2.
Multi-Circle Gaming goes down, and now it is just Shrimsy. The last one up, looking out, knows where Forever's positioning is, but has to fight
Zone पे
against
जाएगा
a
मेरे
high
को
ground
लगा।
advantage.
गया, गया, zone से मरेगा जान के।
Can he make something out of this? Looks like he's just going to feed it over to the blue, and that's
Kill
how
देने
we
से
end
अच्छा
it.
zone से मर गया।
Sonics managed to climb up the leaderboard.
भाई
Getting that
दो
time
kill
for
लेकर
third
भाई दो मैच
positioning, but
लगातार।
it's all going to be about 4 angry men.
दो मैच लगातार लेकर गई।
Back-to-back
क्या?
wins for
पहले कौन जीता था?
4AM.
नहीं
Looking
हाँ 4M भी
to
इससे
take
पिछला
home
जीती है
the final
वही,
week
मैं बोल रहा
of
दो
the
लगातार
तभी तो lead कर गई
to
वो।
be crowned our champions. They are firmly in control of this with double-digit kills in the last 2 games on top of the wins. Now everybody looks at them, Matt. This is firmly in control, firmly in
टिकल्टन
their
का मूड
grasp.
खराब हो गया।
Let's be real. That was a
गाली दे रहा
great
होगा।
team from Sonics, realizing the fact that they're having to fight against 4 angry men who has just been racking up
येलो माउस
points
दिया हुआ
today.
हमें भी दे दो यार
Every
वायरलेस
single
येलो
point
माउस
could be the deciding factor for this. So Sonics leans in, says,
वायर
"We're
है
not
भाई,
going
हम
to be able to
हम
fight
जैसों को
in
नहीं
these
दिखती जो।
positions. This is
अच्छा।
too difficult. Let's just go ahead and deny that last point. Make sure that the guys that are fighting up at that top position give us at least one more point,
वो
one
तो गए
more
भाई
little
मूतने
advantage to try to catch up to them."
एचटी के
Yeah, it was smart. There's no reason to give any more points to 4AM. Absolutely right. I love that move by Tank to get up on
That's
that
1
roof to
billion
take
है ना
mine out.
शायद?
That was so smart.
हाँ।
Comes down, and it's just a good setup for 4AM. They have all the time in the world to plan that out. But let's give the guys on the desk a chance to break this down. Toffees, take it away.
अभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है 2 मैच बच रहे हैं पूरे
Gentlemen, and it is official. 4 angry men who started today.
अगर मान लो 4AM 2 मैच में मर जाती है जल्दी
19 points.
तो कोई भी ऊपर
Now
उठ सकता है
stand with 77.
कह नहीं सकते भाई अभी भी क्या हो जाए
Place position, more than 10 points ahead of their competitors, and staring down the barrel of cashing a $1 million check. What a game! What a team! What a play, Godspeed. Godspeed's thoughts on this. I know that you've been rendered speechless by how excellently they've performed, but I do want to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah. No, sorry. I was just left speechless, as you said. 4AM, yeah, they played absolutely out of control. In fact, the last couple games, they've really been playing on another level, and that bodes really bad, to be completely honest, for the rest of the teams in this lobby. That was another really impressive win, and they just did what they always do best, which is dominate their edge, get an insane amount of space, work with it, and then just constrict the rest of the space for the other teams left in the circle.
Yeah, I mean, I said it after the end of the last game. The scariest thing is when a team like 4AM builds momentum. Right here, I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. Like 49 points in 2 games. Just absolutely insane coming out of them, especially on the final day here. I mean, we look at the teams that we came into the start in the top 4, and actually, I mean, 3 of them kind of dropping behind now a little bit, I'll be honest. Obviously, top 3 now, it's all to play for still. But the fact that one of the biggest moving teams has come from so far down on the leaderboard is really a statement to be made.
Well, Steve asked me earlier if I thought that maybe, especially with yesterday and how they played, maybe was it over? But I mean, you can never count a team like 4AM. The team to actually count out now, realistically, which is not the team that I think any of us on the desk or even casting would say, is Gen G. Gen G has had probably one of the worst days. In fact, I'm pretty sure yesterday and today have been their worst weekend so far in the last 2 months.
Well, excluding the week 4 performance. They got the 15
the week
points,
4,
like 30 points overall. And they're even still behind that. They're still tracking behind what they did in week 4. So it's kind of crazy, but I mean, what a win. As soon as that one comes up and pulls away from Stauber, there's always going to be one team that's able to be, I guess, the victors of the high ground, playing the dirt road coming out of Stauber, and that was just textbook. Again, it comes down to crowd control at the end. The spread is fantastic towards the end game, and right there, as soon as 4AM are able to identify where every other team is remaining, they set up accordingly, and it's just a matter of time at that point.
It absolutely is. Here's the match results from that game. 4 Angry Men not only winning games, but winning them in style. 14 kills and 15 kills in back-to-back performances, both with the gold medal attached to it. They came to play today. We started talking earlier as we take a look at the kills and the damage stats here about how Gen G could get back in this, and we'll leave them alone, I think, going forward. And, you know, to just follow up on what Godspeed said, they have 6 points on the day. That's got to be killing them inside. We'll let that self-punishment be enough. 4AM, on the other hand, well, man, they came out, they said, never forget about us. God V has clearly healed from the sickness that he was suffering midway through this event, and they are out of freaking control. That said, Godspeed, it is not over. There are 2 games left. They are only up by 14 points. And after you break off that 14, there is a horde of teams within 10 looking to make that million.
That's the crazy thing, because there's still 2 games left, technically. And to shift focus, our top 3, as you said, is completely different than what it was when we started. All 3 American teams have actually had some middling games, specifically SDK. The frustrating thing for me watching SDK is they play so well going up into the middle and late game, but it's one player. It's a snake that has constantly, caused them issues. It was Mexi one game, it was a member of Tiamba the other game. I think this last game, Vanatica in the game before that. And so, like, realistically, they're playing so well, but it's just one player is starting to break them apart. Zenith also have been getting in really good positions, but they failed to capitalize on that. And Sonic's just there. They had a good game. But yeah, our leaderboard's different. North America is slipping a little bit, but they're still in there. And overall, this leaderboard is getting tighter and tighter and more exciting as we head into the final games.
2 matches left to play. That is it. Hypa, to see back-to-back wins on a final of this caliber, that's pretty crazy to me.
It is, and like I said, it's the worst team to see do it, right? Because now the confidence is rolling. I mean, they're going to be taking team fights, and like I said, these guys were molded by it, right? They love to be in that situation. They love to be, these scrappy fights out on the edge where they have to the foot wrap around on. Again, Stauber, a perfect example there. They clear all of this pressure to the west, and then come circles 6 and 7, they just have buckets of space. As you see here, actually, it's 10 points down to shoot to kill. So Zenith to shoot to kill 10 points. And with 2 games, I mean, even so, I'd say a 15-point swing still possible. That takes us right the way down to like FaZe Clan territory. So it's still all to play for. Like the top 4 is obviously the payout. It's still very achievable for the middle of the board.
And I will say this to put it in perspective, Godspeed, 4M is taking risks. Game 1, they went out early with 9 kills though, and that means they're pursuing fights, pursuing points. The next 2 games they won, massive kill counts because they fought early. That does mean potentially
अब 2 गेम बचे, टीम देखना कुछ ज्यादा खतरनाक खेलेंगे लग रहा है हर टीम
blow open this fight for the top.
हर टीम ये चाहेगी चिकन डिनर करे.
But if you honestly look at the way that 4AM is playing this, I'm kind of hard pressed to say that they're probably going to go down in a team fight. I mean, I think the perfect example is the Miramar game where it shifted to the island and shifted back. Instead of potentially getting themselves to an area where they could rotate fast, even though they were kind of messing with Zenith on the north there, they actually decided to place themselves on the hill just above the city, and they actually decided to farm instead of going for the island and maybe getting some kills or maybe getting for placement. They decided, no, we're going to stay on the island. We're going to get as many kills of the teams trying to rotate over, and that's kind of what they did in the first game as well. Although they died a little early, they still got 9 kills. 4AM is here, and they are absolutely ready to fight all of these teams. They're not playing hesitant at all, which we're kind of seeing from some of the teams, to be honest, and I think that's why they're finding success.
To put this in perspective for those of you watching, 14 of the 52 kills that 4AM got were yesterday. In 5 games, they got less kills than they did in the last match, basically. And so that is a huge turnaround. What kind of mental volatility. I mean, it just seems like that's, to me, I could never do that, Hypok. I couldn't come in on day 2 and be like, we got 14 kills yesterday, boys, and just bounce back with this. What makes them capable? I'm blown away by this.
I mean, just to put it in perspective, I think I heard you saying Genji started on 16, right? 4am started on 19. Was that correct?
Yep, that is correct.
To put it in perspective now, Genji is sat at 18 points. Like that puts it. It makes it actually insane to think about. But again, coming into this last one, I mean, I'll be honest. I kind of feel like some of the NA teams are kind of trying to ride the wave right now. Sonics and Zenith both kind of making uncharacteristic
देखो
plays.
बंदे
I
ने
agree with
दोनों
Gox,
हेडफोन पहने हुए
SDK
थे
still making
हेडफोन नहीं है
on a
एक्चुअली वो
macro
ईयरफोन
basis, but
पहनते हैं और
it's
हेडफोन
just,
पहनते हैं ऊपर
you know,
से
there's-
हेडफोन
there's-
माइक
there's
के लिए और
hurdles,
ईयरफोन
it's-
सुनने
it's
के
the
लिए
snakes,
दो
right?
तो एक गले पे टांगा हुआ था बड़ा वाला और एक सर पे
Again,
टांगा हुआ
looking a
था
bit further down than that,
ये तो
Liquid,
नहीं देखा
FaZe,
वो एक माइक के लिए होगा
Buram,
फिर वो
all
हेडफोन
still
गले
on
वाला
the cusp, but we need a big game and we need
गले
it
वाले
now.
को माइक के लिए यूज कर रहा होगा
इतना
Yeah,
पतला सा गर्दन ना टूट जाए
at the risk of bringing up, other sports as well, this seems like a situation where a lot of the
Yeah,
top
headphone
teams
कितने
in
महंगे हैं
Outspeed
भाई
have basically removed the strikers, put in
Pgis
more
का निशान
defense,
बनता
and
था
sort
भाई
of
बड़ी
tried to
बात
shore
है।
up some points, whereas 4am pulled the goalie. They said, F it, basically. We're going all out, and if we win, it's awesome, and if we don't, who cares?
Exactly, they're playing their game. 4am is here to win this, and to be completely honest, it's kind of what I expected from Gen G, considering they were really the ones in the driver's seat at the start of the weekly finals. But they're not. It's 4am. They've come and they're starting to dominate this. But look, they have 2 games. They could have a bad day, or not a bad day. Excuse me. They could have a bad game going into this, which sets up for the next exciting game. But I will say, if they win this game, especially with another 15 kills, it may be over for first. However, I mean, second through fourth are
Good
still
point.
massive payouts.
Hypok, he brings up a good point. Second through fourth are still bigger than most of the tournaments we've seen to date.
Yeah, it is. And it just goes to show, really. I mean, I can understand the tendency to just kind of want to stabilize in terms of the points, but it's too close to do so. Especially when you look at the caliber of teams that are chasing, right? I was talking about Buram being one of the most terrifying in terms of chasing points just because of their ability to find kills. FaZe, Liquid, I mean T1 as well, Infantry, all teams that you cannot write off. You cannot anticipate them having a bad game.
This is it. As Kailaris would say, the penultimate match about to kick off. These teams, this is where it matters the most. No one wants to live in quarantine for months on end and have Q-tips shoved up their nose on a daily basis to go home with nothing. Leave it all on the field as we get ready for the second to last match of the day with the call of
देखते फिर कौन जीतता है ये वाला मैच देख के मैं सीधा भाई चार्ट देखूंगा जीता कौन बस
Whatever you got. If you have some strategy, if you got a firefight that you've just been itching to try to bring, this is where you've got to string it together. 2 games remain, and we saw a wild circle kicking off the last one. Let's see if we can continue to trend in that direction, as it feels like chaos circles are the name of the game today.
फिर कहाँ जा रही है
Yeah, it's been a wild one today, no doubt about it, and 4am's been able to capitalize off of it. They're playing great. They're farming the edges. They're doing a lot of damage to teams, putting themselves into good angles to safely do so. It's a really smart, efficient gameplay from 4am, and that's why they've won back-to-back games. And they're a nuts team, man. They will send it to a position if they feel like they can take it. They will get high ground and just hammer teams from above. Really put a lot of damage into them, so you got to be real careful.
यहाँ पीसी में पता ही होता है टूर्नामेंट जो भी चलता है इसमें टीम की जो सीट होती है ना वो कंफर्म होती है एक तरह से मान के चलो ड्रॉप लोकेशन वो मार दे जो ड्रॉप लोकेशन होती है कंफर्म होती है वहाँ कोई नहीं उतरता सबको पता है यहाँ ये टीम उतरेगी उतरो लूटो उसके बाद लड़ाई होती है इनकी
रोटेशन लेते हैं उसके बाद
वही रोटेशन होता है
सोनिक की देखो वहीं पर ही है लिक्विड वहीं पर ही जा रही है
सबकी सेम होती है ड्रॉप लोकेशन
This time a little bit more centralized on the
Circle
island itself,
ऊपर की
a
तरफ
ton
बना
of
हुआ है।
water and Severny pretty near the center.
Well,
तो यासना
then
जा
we're
रहा है
going
बार
north
बार
again, heading up into that area. We'll see this one. Right now, it feels like it's going to end up in kind of that no man's land, just to the north of the Asnaya's Lake. There's a lot of open space up there, all the way up towards Severny. So if it ends up there, things tend to get a little dicey, a little bit thin for a lot of the teams. You rarely see a team come through with 4 towards the end of that one. Although if you can, you're doing pretty well for yourself. So all eyes to the north. T1 very much still in this, tied with the Sonics at 61. I mean, it is so close at the top of this leaderboard. Anything can happen in these last 2 games. I think T1, you know, they played really well, in my opinion. They're punching a bit above their weight, if I'm being honest, but you never know. Anybody could get it done. It's any given Sunday, Matt.
We have 4 ties on the leaderboard right now, Paper Thin. 4. That's how close this is still managing to maintain. Team Liquid at that dividing line, set up on 50, and you can see it is still ridiculously close for so many of these teams. Sure, 4 Angry Men starting to get a little bit of a lead, looking like they're going after that, what is it, $1.2 million that we're looking at for the end of today. They're on the hunt for it, trying to line up and get that victory, but there are a lot of strong teams chasing back behind them, and a lot of fan favorites, such as Burram, who have again continued to impress me with the way that they're finding ways to read it, and most notably force circle changes to benefit them. These guys play their own strategy, and they force everybody to play the way that they want to play, and there's something to be said for that, as they are finding some successes with it.
I mean, Buriram is a win away from being in the money, basically. They one win, and they probably will find themselves in one of those top 4 spots that's going to get a lot of money. And like you mentioned, Matt, I think like if you're gonna say it, you know, 1.2 million, I feel like you gotta, you know, get that pinky up to your mouth, and you gotta kind of lean into it a bit. You know, $1.2 million.
I know what you're trying to get me to do, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to wait, and I'm going to surprise
Darn
you
it!
with it, Paper.
Come on, man. Come on. All
Best
right, well,
left
that's
unexpected. But yes, I've been seeing the memes being tossed around everywhere. Dr. Evil is all over this place. Oh my gosh, rotations, Paper. So many long rotations for these teams. We should note that Afrika Freak's pretty centered up. It's going to be 4 Angry Men that's going to be coming into the south of them. Shoot to kill rotating early, DXG, but that's it. Everybody else outside the safe zone, and I mean, let's be real. We've talked to you guys about the north. You guys know how to play the north at this point if you have been watching. Most notably, we've got the, I guess, the area that's to the west of Stallberg that leads to a little bit of mix-ups. No surprise with all the people inside of vehicles. We're seeing a lot of exchange firefights. No real commitments to drive-bys just yet.
Like
But
mirrors
there's
करके
been
पीछे जा रहा है क्या उसके मारने के लिए?
for a lot of what's going on.
Look at this. Look at this.
Why
Matt.
is he पीछे जा रहा है?
Just
बुली कर रखा है उसे
turns
तो
right into
निकल यहाँ से
Adam.
दिख मत
As soon
जाना.
as they see him, I think they saw a little blood
अरे बढ़िया.
from some of their
क्या रहा
shots,
आपकी
and they
शादी का?
just start
कंफर्म
driving
हुई या लात
right
पड़ी?
at him. Fortunately for Adder, in an odd
भाई
rarity,
पीछे आ रहे हो
you
ना?
have a
नुआड़ा
buggy, and that's
पीछे आ
actually
रहा
a little
बगी
bit better
लेके.
to navigate some of that difficult terrain because of the suspension on the vehicle. He's going to be able to traverse some of that rocky terrain around the Everest area a little bit better. But I want to talk a little bit about our top team 4AM for just a second to maybe give some of the viewers at home a little bit of context to what kind of what has allowed 4AM to get here. Now, you know all about the fight with DA over J Compound and over that area. Before that, in 2020, they were battling a team called VRLU Ghibli over in the Asia region. It's a Korean team, a very strong Korean team, for control of school. It literally lasted like 3 PCSs or something like that. And it got to the point where it was actually making me a little crazy to watch them fight over every single game. But 4AM ended up bullying VRLU Ghibli out of that area. And now you're seeing kind of the benefits of that here on Erangel. They're able to make a quick move over the bridge to get to the north. They really open up a lot of space for themselves on these northern circles. So you saw it earlier. They're one of the first teams that it doesn't drop on the north side, that's able to get up over there, establish a position for themselves. And that's a big part of why they spent a lot of 2020 fighting for their drop spot.
Well, another team that I really want to point out in regards to that is Zenith. Let's be real. A lot of people came in with not high expectations for Zenith. A lot of people are talking about Sonics, Shoot to Kill from North America, Oath, who'd had a lot of strong plays into it. And Zenith were kind of like the underdog North American team that was coming in whenever you look at all things considered. And I mean, whenever we talk about North America on an international stage, being the North American underdog is a statement in and of itself. But these guys have grown just massively in this event. We've seen them regularly find ways to make it work, get into these weekly finals, and while all the weekly finals haven't necessarily been the best, they've used the information and the experience there to try to capitalize and get something big for themselves today. And now, chasing right back behind 4 Angry Men, you can see that the opportunity is starting to pop up for them. Burram, though, doing,
अच्छा
Burram? They're just rolling through. They
अरे
don't
कोई
care
बात
where
नहीं
you're at. They
ये
didn't
नहीं
even
वो
shoot at them because they
यूनिक
might
बोल रहा
stop.
तुमने मैच
They might keep
पबजी
going.
पीसी
You never know
मतलब
what Burram's
पीजी
going to do. And
देख
that
के
X factor
देख नहीं रहे
is
हो मैच
really
खेल
one
रहे
of
हो
the
तुम
things that we love
पबजी
about
पीसी
these
का
guys.
हाँ मेरे में भी सेम बोल
I
रहा
love
है
Burram.
कि
Sometimes
तुम
I
ऐसा
wonder
कर
if
रहे
they
हो
even know what they're doing. I mean, they're just
मैं कर
kinda,
रहा हूँ तुम्हें
I
कॉल
think just
देता
driving
तुम्हें
around
मुझे
looking for
पता तुम नहीं
fights, it
देखे
feels like.
खेल
I
रहे
mean, just looking for some kind
एक
of
तो भाई
opening
कॉल्स पता
space.
चल
And
जाती है अभी ये
now
हमारा ओहो
for
हो क्या मारा
SDK, Luke has been knocked by
यूनिक मजे ले
MCG.
रहा
This is up over by
कंट्रोवर्सी
Mini
चाहता है
Oz up
यूनिक
on the hill here. And here, MCG, are they going to send it down into SDK? Are they really?
जाएंगे
I mean,
लोग
MCG, kind of one of those teams
किल
that's in
पॉइंट
the
मैटर
middle of the
करता है
pack in
क्योंकि
6th place right now. Kills every point they can get is very, very nice to give them a chance to
समझते
get
हैं हम
up
सब
in
यूनिक
towards that money. I also want to point something else out real quick while we have a second. Gen G went over that long Georgia Pole bridge again. This time they spent a lot more time checking it, Matt, to make sure that Burram wasn't there.
अबे ये तो मजे ले
Evil
रहा है
Lee taking no risks in this. He's like, I know you're there. I know
हाँ
you're
डिस्कॉर्ड
eventually
चालू है ना
going to
मेरा
bleed out. Shoot to Kill had already left the hillside, but Multi-Circle Gaming didn't want to risk being knocked, so instead just patiently waiting around the corner for it. Do manage to finally connect is I think it was just trying to get a little bit of information to feed over to the teammates, let them know the fact that, hey, nobody's coming after them. Shoot to Kill, oddly enough, after taking that casualty in a very centralized position. It's not a strong position to play from, and it's going to draw a lot of attention, but they are at least hoping that the circle is going to favor them for a while. Team Ben and Sonic's getting a little bit of an eye to each other. And oh, what do we got? Burram on the hunt, and they're going to make sure that they inflict some wounds onto T1. Aqua 5 going to be rolling along the coastline, and Edie not quite with enough vision yet. Aqua 5 trying to use the low point on it, trying to see if they can get a little bit further away. Tiemba, though, looks like they might be recommitting back into this point. I think that Sonics has realized that M200 is all by his lonesome, and there is an opportunity to be had here. M200 is going to hop in the vehicle, and he's going to try to roll through. Tig's trying to line up into it. Doesn't manage to connect enough to really make
ये चलते से कूद गया क्या भाई ये इसको गोली पड़ी है
Yeah, they're gonna.
मैं ध्यान ही नहीं
It
दिया
looks like he's
चैट
heading
कर रहा
towards
था
the dip, the very popular dip now, just to the
तो फोन पे
northeast of
देख
the
रहा
shooting
था
range there. Oh, he's gonna drive by it. Okay. Well, you've already got Lorena there, so why not just move on ahead? There's Gen G coming in from the north, and Buriram just amazes me. I don't even know how they got to Severny. I mean, they were driving around up by that area where
अरे गाड़ी
Tiara
तो
kind of
चलती
just
रहती है भाई
was,
इनकी
and now they're all the way over to
बंदा
Severny,
चलता रहता है तुम गाड़ी की क्या बात कर
like
रहे
kind
हो
of occupying the entire city. So well played to them. They're going to pick up a point on a Star-Lord for it. I doubt Star-Lord was really expecting anybody to come to that position. But again, with Buriram in the lobby, you have to expect the unexpected. They do stuff that just defies conventional PUBG wisdom. And that's what makes them so fun. That's why we talk about them a lot, because they're always doing stuff that kind of is unique
नाम जो लिखे 1 2 3 4 ये 16 तक
an
ये
international
टीम्स
lobby
के
like
नाम
this.
है
Their region is
जो
a
फाइनल्स
little
में
bit
आई है
different than the others.
We have metagaming that's in here, but we also have a metagame that kind of occurs with how a lot of these teams play. Burram is kind of the outside factor in this. Circle is going to lean very centralized, so not too many teams having to move, but a little bit of trouble for our EU teams as both Liquid and FaZe going to have to figure out how they're going to advance into the low point. Would be surprised if we see some long wraps coming out from them. Zenith right on the edge of the zone in the northeast as well. Daytrade as well as Oath really didn't even commit anything into this first circle, so they'll be rolling in just one moment. Zenith, though, still trying to roll in that northeastern area. They are going to have DXG in front of them, but you can see that Zenith is playing this one a little bit more, I guess, controlled. They know the fact that there is an opportunity here for them, and they want to wait and make sure that they take the prime fights and the prime advantages. And you can see the scouting really coming in, being a factor for them, so that way they don't risk anybody in these early shots. And whoa! Wadra just rolling right into Gen G, and it looks like that time maybe Burram bit off a little bit more they can chew. Wadra's going to go down. The rest of Burram look like they're all leaving Severny right now, so just go ahead and catch one out.
हाँ वही PUBG
A
मोबाइल
little bit
खेलते
of
हैं
Burram getting inflicted
इन्हें
by
PUBG
what
मोबाइल के ऊपर
Burram
कुछ
usually
नहीं
tries
पता
to
सुन
do.
लोगों को PUBG मोबाइल फेवरेट है भाई
Zenith
सबका
in an interesting 2-2
सब मेरे को
split,
फोर्स कर रहे हैं
very
PUBG मोबाइल
close to
खेलने के लिए
DXG to two of their 2-2 split. MCG kind of looming over in the distance as well, and you have FaZe that is
बोलता है
rolling
PUBG
up,
मोबाइल
making
खेलो
the
व्यूज ज्यादा हैं
quintessential
यार
FaZe rotation around
थोड़ी
the
खेल
north
लो
of
भाई
Stalberg, coming in from the
पीसी किस बात का है
northeastern
फिर
side of the
अगर
circle.
पीसी गेम ही
That's
नहीं खेलेंगे
very, very, very typical for FaZe, but there's already a couple teams up here, so I'm going to be real curious to see how FaZe is able to work their way through the... There's a couple teams, at least 3 or 4 up here, that could potentially be in their way. Code on the left-hand side of your screen. Once again, guys, get that going. Ooh, good shot from Bullying. Catches the head of Snakers. Snakers lucky to get away with his life there.
This is forcing Oath to kind of scatter a little bit. Snakers having to play in a very dangerous spot now. You can see Buzzface getting a little bit of information on what's going on with Zenith, getting some damage into Kickstart. Looks like they're going to go ahead and try to make a similar approach, and they want the position that Zenith is playing in. Most of FaZe is already inside the safe zone, so this might be a commitment. It's hard to tell. They are lining up, and it looks like they're trying to set firing lines, but Zenith looks like they might also be repositioning. Roth hopping inside of a vehicle looks like he might be trying to go for a flank here, in which case that's going to put more pressure onto Fuzzface, who's going to have to try to defend that one up, and should have a read on it. Both vehicles should be able to hear each other from the distance that they're now at. Do you note that DXG can take shots into the backside of this? They do have a little bit of vision on what's going on, but not really enough to influence a lot. The trees along the hillside are really blocking a lot of what could go through, but Roth playing this one sneaky. Trying to creep up. Fuzzface, I'm not sure if he has a read on exactly where Roth has moved to. So Roth could pop this one up and absolutely catch FaZe entirely unaware. Steps up, spots out Fuzzface.
टायर फोड़ दिया फज ने पैनिक करके
coming apart. Instantly, you can see Roth retreating back into his vehicle, gonna hop in so that way he can provide a little bit more support on the rest of the team in case FaZe tries to breach this. The question comes into play: do Zenith want to continue to push their advantage, or are they going to let this one go?
Well, for Zenith here, I almost want to call Zenith Kickstart. It's not just him. There's a lot of really good players on this team, but they lose Pubg early. Now, the good news for Zenith was that Pubg was kind of in the middle of their formation, so they still have their flanks covered, and that is a big reason why Roth is able to get underneath Buzz there, pick up the point. He's kind of quiet about it, and a really nice solo sneaky mission from him. It looks like 4 and out. Zenith is kind of backing off of this fight with FaZe. Neither of them wants to hard commit to it. Circle is going to hard commit towards the Severny, towards the crossroads area where Sonics is hanging out right now. And this one, a hard shift over to the west. A lot of teams that already settle up on the east. Quite a few. Going to have to start making maneuvers. Your leaders right now, 4 a.m. Heading around to the southeastern part of the shooting range.
Well, Burram has decided, hey, we left Severny. Maybe we want it back. They're going to try to contest into Genji's position. Zenith is going to opt into letting FaZe hang out back behind them. Long-range shots are going to connect, and good!
He shot diya bhai uba.
Connects on the kickstart. That's going to be a flush. So a little bit of vengeance back for Fuzzface there, but now here comes the cluster of teams. Infantry rolling along. We've got Oath playing along a similar point. Remember, we saw this fight breaking out a little while ago, but 4 Angry Men also providing a little bit of supervision and everything that's going on, what's happening now. With the positioning and the way that this is playing out, a lot of strength leaning into Sonic's positioning. Team Liquid looks like they're maybe vying for a little bit more of a centralized spot as well. Zenith making a risky push. They know the fact that they're going to be pushing into where a lot of teams are already fortified up at. Trying to prep this one through. Looks like they might be leaning T1's direction. And this could be a huge fight. Whoever wins this could find themselves with more opportunities to get at least kills or open up the leaderboard. Adder going to take some shots onto it, and that's going to force Zenith to continue on, pushing into the west, and now taking eyes and looking into Sonic's direction.
Well, I don't know what Zenith is thinking. Maybe just cross the road and try to get into something, but the longer they drive, the more they're getting shot at, the more difficult it becomes, and this shack is not ideal. They're taking a whole bunch of damage. Roth gets knocked. Shinboy's almost down. Zenith in tatters, but not out yet. Oath gonna run into the gas station where infantry has settled up. Kind of back behind 4 along the hillside, and there's
मैं अभी देखना स्टार्ट किया था और अभी उसने खेलना बंद कर दिया.
This is going to be a really tough battle for Oath going forward. Grenades are repositioned from Longsker on the vehicle to keep it alive. Oath still has vehicles themselves, so maybe it's time to just think about getting in those cars and trying something else. But the problem is driving around infantry in that point, at this point, it's going to be difficult without eating some blue damage. It is only phase 3 blue, though, so I would find that to be an acceptable rotation to kind of drive out into the blue, maybe, or try to cut underneath them.
Looks like DXG found an opportunity pushing into T1, rolling in Long K. Yet again, leading the way for his squad. Grenades being prepped on both sides. Connecting shots coming up from IQ 500. Gets the read, and there we go. T1, who's been holding out in 4th place. Down as the first team inside this game. A lot of small, interesting skirmishes are starting to break out in different sections of the map while teams are rotating. Should be noted that FaZe is starting to press down to the south, rotating where we saw Shoot to Kill, and actually pushing along a path where we were just seeing Oath and Infantry having their fight. So we're going to see if anything happens with that. Looks like AT has stopped out, maybe trying to take some pot shots into the backside of Oath. That means that everything's going to stall out, and this is right along the blue zone wall, so more problematic for all of these teams. Oath now has to make a commitment. They know the fact that their backside is vulnerable, and rolling in, AT's direction. Lots of damage coming over towards him, but he has to be cautious. Keep in mind, from this. Infantry doesn't have vision on what's happening in this fight. So
Dislike
really,
aa
they
gaya
have to
dekh.
peek out into a disastrous point. But
Bye, bye,
Monster
bye,
does
bye.
manage to step away, move away from that one, get vision down the hillside from his high ground.
नूबड़ों को ये भी नहीं
vantage
पता है
point. Pubg
टूर्नामेंट
gets a beat
PUBG
back
का
into
ही है.
Snakers, but it's a lot of
बस
smoke, a lot
dislike
of
करने से
defense,
मतलब
playing
रहता है.
outside in the blue, just trying to see if maybe these teams can find an advantage on each other.
आप करेगा.
I like the move from FaZe Clan here, but it just isn't going to pay out. Infantry's too difficult to dislodge. And it's a great move by Longster to move up the hill and get a great angle to watch this fight from. And there's also Team Liquid that you can see below him now as well. Snakers again, barely getting through on the drive-by. Gets hit, but isn't knocked. And now Gustav gets spotted out by a Visa grenade in his back. Some shots as well. And that's going to be FaZe Clan out in 15th. I say I like the move by FaZe because they need points. They got to go for a third party of some kind to try to get themselves back in the conversation for potentially winning this even. But they're not able to get it done. Shinboy, yeah, he's stuck, dude. But that could be really good.
That's not it. Shoots a kill down. It's going to be North America taking down North America right after EU takes down EU. Infantry gets a vision onto Liquid, takes them down as well. Oath somehow narrowly surviving everything that's been going on there. But man, this circle is an absolute mess. Multi-Circle Gaming now advancing into a Freak of Freaks positioning, trying to hold down what is the eastern section. You can see it's also going to be Day Trade getting into a fight with DXG. Infantry continuing their roll along the hillside. They know that they're going to have to advance into a position, but guess who's going to be holding down that point? It's going to be 4 AM that's in front of them. Multi-Circle Gaming knows that they need to make this breach point, and now it's all about advantages and how you can play it. Multi-Circle Gaming knows they have to push into a Freak of Freaks positioning.
अंदर पुश करना बहुत रिस्की है उसमें. वेयरहाउस में बहुत रिस्की है वेयरहाउस में.
दो आगे से दो पीछे से आगे
बिल्कुल
लग जाते हैं.
This could be a huge fight brewing here. 4AM is backing off of Infantry's push 4 now. Knowing that Infantry has a little bit further to go in that circle, most likely eventually. It may not have to happen now. Back over to this fight. Win has taken down a COD. So, bit of a long-range third party is doing some damage to Afrika. EJ has been knocked behind the box as well. Lingdu quickly coming around the side. Really wants to flush that point out. I don't know what Hikari's doing there. I know he has a pretty decent read. Okay, that's a pretty good finish onto Summer. That's a really good grenade, but he's going to lose. He's going to lose EJ in the process here. So this is a bit weird now, and he's going to get caught on fire. It's a really good molly there from MCG. For Afrika, they seem to be a little bit in disarray. They're not really able to cover each other so well, as good as that grenade was from Hansia. The blue is going to be arriving very shortly. Nobody from MCG coming through that door as they wrap around the side, and they now are going to be able to gain control of the exit point for Afrika Freaks.
This is so huge for Sonics. They've got vision on near everything. Those compounds are so strong. Multi-Circle Gaming still trying to finish out this fight. They know that they have to finish it out as quickly as possible. Molotov's coming down right in the doorway to slow down Multi-Circle Gaming. Quick peek around the corner from it. Nice play coming out from Hikari. He's been holding down this point for so long for his team. But the Molotovs are now at disadvantage for them. Hikari having to wait until they come through. Tries to go for the shots. The peek around the corner instead goes down. Now Hansia just pops up and around like a deadly jack-in-the-box, taking down one, but it's not going to pay off.
मार दे ओ भाई
मार दिया भाई. तुम्हारा लेट चल रहा है, मेरे में पहले मार दिया उसने. इफ्टी पुल अप करने वाली है कंफर्म.
लिक्विड पर करने वाली है.
पुल अप करेगी.
लिक्विड भी नहीं
नहीं करी.
4AM भी तो है. उनका बाप भी बचे हैं.
इफ्टी और 4AM लापरवाही करने थी.
4AM को पड़ रही है पीछे से भाई.
इन्फेंट्री जाएगी. 4AM गई.
Huge push by
Genji आ गई.
to take out 4AM, but here comes
Genji आ गई.
to do some damage to these Chinese teams. Just bullying left. Longsker has been knocked.
Genji को चाहिए points.
अभी Genji भी पिटेगी क्या?
And now there is only one left. Bullying for Infantry. A great push on a 4AM. I love the gumption from this team to go for the top dogs, but they are going to pay a price for it here. Can they find a way? Can Bullying get this done? It is a full send for Genji. All 4 members are here. Bullying retreating to the other side of the hill. He does have the circle in his favor. He takes a pretty good grenade. That vehicle about to blow up, I think. Bullying down. Wasn't aware of the fire. Genji is going to take Infantry down.
Genji gets control over position, but really there's not a lot of advantage to it. It's not even inside the safe zone. Tiamba encroached into the area that Sonics is at. Did have one of the members go down, but you can see Sonics doesn't have time to referee and everything that's going on because there's so many fights and so many people that are trying to contest against the points that they're playing from. Somehow Zenith still alive inside of these positions in the north. It's going to be DXG.
ये जेनिथ तो भाई बैठने को मार ही रहा है यार.
I think two up that are going to be very far into the east, and yep, still just trying to see what's
सर्कल
happening.
बनना
It's gonna
चाहिए
be
इन पे
Team
बस ही
as
बैठ
many
गया
as
भाई
the
फ्रॉम.
beat onto mine does go down. I don't know if they're going to be able to res this one through, as it's going to be Shinboy that finds the angle to go ahead and flush him out.
How is Shinboy still alive, man? He is doing a nice job holding down that shack. And this is a huge moment for Sonics. They have a great opportunity to potentially do a lot of damage in this game and catch up to 4AM. Only 10 points behind right now. The longer they survive, the more kills they get, of course, the closer that gets. Hwin trying to do something to Genji. Not much happening. Now
Yeah.
Genji going to come into Shinboy, finish his round. A good attempt here by Shinboy to hold on, but at the end of the day, these shacks are quite difficult.
Raster
Now
तो ले ही रहा है
Genji's
भाई.
in that same kind of precarious position that Shinboy just found himself in, but they are in the circle on the edge. They can hang on to that for
राष्ट्रों का
now.
तो काम ही है लेना.
Jin Ji just running through the first and second place teams to make their life that much more risky. You can see Burram finally having to leave Severny, aware of DXG's positioning. Burram has an idea on what's going on, prepping out the nades, going to do the toss in, going to be pretty good angle, gonna connect with a beautiful toss coming out from Kanaxi. This is going to open up a
पता
little
मेरे
bit
को
of opportunity.
आपने नहीं किया,
Instead,
मजाक
they're
कर
going
रहा
to shift
हूँ.
around to the north. Long K is going to try to hold it up. Quick exchange. Kanaxi yet again performing for Burram. If they can get control of the north, they might have an opportunity for this game. Lines up
my
yet
God.
again. Kanaxi is just absolutely
कोनेक्सी लपोट गया.
tears apart.
सारे मार दिए भाई कोनेक्सी ने अकेले. ऑम भी ले ली और मार के.
They can shift forward and find
मारा
themselves
अलग
a
और ऑम
safe
भी ले
point to
ली.
play inside the zone.
By the way, Kanaxi just picked up that
Good
AWM
ball.
off the ground as well. Burram is nuts. Kanaxi cracked out of his mind here. He's played a couple of highlight real moments in this tournament, and there's another. But it's going to be Loki. Takes Edie down with that headshot. Very nice shooting from Genji, trying to kind of salvage something out of these last two games. Burram doesn't care.
Meow, यहीं बैठ गया.
They just do not care at
मारा
all.
बेचारा.
It's going to be going for the res.
बहुत
Got me
गलत.
out trying to buy time, but it's a good Molly
Genji
from
का game लग
Esther.
रहा है भाई
I'm just
ये
gonna
तो.
clean that
देखो
up. It's Burram things, dude. Burram is
पर अब
just
जीतने से भी
wild.
कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा
MCG
जंजी से.
kind of benefiting from some of the
बहुत
chaos
पीछे
going
भाई
on.
एक ही मैच
Able
तो
to
बचा है
get a
इसके बाद
US
भी.
park next to the tree. Evil Lee gonna heal
हाँ पूरी
himself
टीम जिंदा
up,
अभी
and
जंजी.
Sonic still maintaining the southern edge, but there is Tianba looming underneath them.
हाँ ये है कि
Jin
कम
Ji
बैक कर
is just
सकते हैं मतलब.
running amok.
हाँ
over
लेकिन
everything
इतना नहीं हो
around
पाया
them.
क्योंकि एक ही
10
मैच बचा.
kills right now in this game, and they still have beautiful firing lines harassing two different teams right now, Multi-Circle Gaming and Burram, who have remnants still scattered up into those
Discord
points.
proof?
Tiamba's positioning and the play to really force
अरे
into
कोई
Sonic's
दिक्कत
point
नहीं.
has really drawn their attention. Now they have to really defend up, and they can't stretch out like they were wanting to. Kanaxi, really the raid boss that's been performing for Burram, down and now flush, and it's just Edie trying to hold down that point.
Well, Genji's at least
Top
giving it
4
a
में
go. It's
4
better
है
late
मैं
than
सोनिक
never,
है
I
जीनत है
suppose. And
और
now they're shooting
मल्टी
underneath the vehicle of MCG. The tires are popped. They want to make that US useless for future rotations. MCG pretty close to the eastern edge of the circle there, and it's going to be Tiggleton who's getting in on the action as well. Gets the knock onto Evil Lee, and now for Genji's just
अरे
spraying
मजाक
the
कर रहा
smokes.
है
If
ये
they
तो.
can get
चल रहा है यहाँ से
lucky,
वो.
picking something up along the way. Everybody just trying to do as much damage to the other
दिखा
teams
दो
as
बस
they
एक
can
बार.
as they get ready for this next circle. The middle of this one, a dead zone. That's why nobody's been able to get
मिल
into
जाएगा
it. There's a
जो.
lot of road, a lot of flat, open terrain inside of it. And everybody's trying to wait, but Genji has a great firing
सर्कल
line
ड्रॉप के
for
तरफ जाएगा
now.
एमसीजी की तरफ
What's
देखना.
going to be the maneuver going
MCG,
forward?
MCG,
Oh, oops.
MCG,
Oh my
MCG
god.
circle में.
Oh
I think they
no.
were trying to blow up that
Oh my
vehicle, and
God.
instead somebody else is going to take it down. Instead, shot your teammate. This is just a lot of problems coming through. Evil Lee gets flushed. Jin Ji says, "Who needs cover? We've got aim." Just stepping
69
out,
points
taking
है वो
just
total kills
brazen
है.
Ready मर
hits
जाता है तो एक
into
बार के लिए
multi-circle
जंजीले चले
gaming,
जाएगा.
having to cluster down. Just one member
Yeah.
up. PO yet again doing PO things. Gets the hit onto him. Burram in a lot of trouble as really the only team that can contest in the north is just poor Edie, and you can see he's got smoke
Poor
all down.
Edie.
He has no options. But do note, inside the
Why,
zone, there is
poor
still
Edie.
one of the buildings for Sonic's compound in play. That means that Tiamba is going to have to make a move,
यार
and Sonic's
इसके
is going
पास
to
है
somehow have
अभी
to
भी
try to regroup.
रोटेशन
Edie
लेने
trying
के
to make
लिए.
sure that he stays alive, trying to draw as much attention as
क्या हो
he
गया
can, and really that slowing down Jin Ji from repositioning
अच्छा
and taking a
144
warmer, or
कोई नहीं
like a
करना.
stronger grasp of whatever's going to be happening inside the circle.
Yeah, first, Sonics has to win this fight against Dion, but if they can do this pretty clean, if they don't lose anybody, they're going to have a decent opportunity to take down Genji. Edie is, it's not good for Edie, let's put it that way. It's not looking very nice with the way the circle is. He's probably going to go down either to Genji or the blue, whichever he so chooses. Makes an open run and into the grasp of Pio. He falls. Down goes Buriram, but a great round for them. And I mean, Genji has the opportunity to put up a big one. Again, it might just be too late, though. They're going to start driving around, repositioning, knowing that there's a couple teams left, knowing that a lot of this circle is open. They can basically see most of it, so they have control over all of this open space, and a crate is there as well to bolster their ability. Yeah, why not?
हेलमेट नहीं उठाया उसने अच्छा हेलमेट है उसने
All right, Timbo, what you got? We've got Sonics holding down two different compounds. Tickleton, the guy that's going to have to move. A lot of what's going to happen is going to benefit Genji no matter which way that this fight goes. We're going to see casualties come into play, even if Sonic's clean this up and they manage to walk out with numbers advantage over Tiemba. They're still going to be at a disadvantage versus already defended up, set in position Genji. Tick holding the line on the opposite side, knows the fact that he can't move until at least Tiemba goes down. It's going to be shot. He does manage to connect with a few of them, but it's going to be H-Win that defends up for his squad. Trimsy aware that somebody's moving around outside of this. Very hesitant to go for the peak. Goes for a Trixie angle on it, and there you go. Sonic's managed to pick that one up at 7 kills, and we've got a two-team lineup. Genji fighting for respect, and Sonics fighting to crest and get the top of the leaderboard.
Well, like I said, Sonics have given themselves an opportunity. They don't lose anybody, and now Tiggleton gets a knock onto Esther from afar. Very nice shooting from the superstar for the Sonics. He has been great throughout this tournament. Trimsy's turn now to look over the side of this hill. Pio forced to throw out some smokes. Loki trying to pin in Tiggleton. He's seen him. Now he knows he's got that fence line. Gets some pretty good shots. Doesn't get the knock. Gets the mini. Doesn't hit as hard as that SLR. Gonna opt for the frag now. Heading in the direction of the Sonics. Comes up just a bit short. Now the smoke wall. Gonna be laid out.
इसको कवर करेंगे लोग क्योंकि पता है भाई ये मार सकता है.
This fence line. He's pretty well trapped in there. The blue is on him shortly as well. But maybe this distraction from the flank of the Sonics can open up the space for him to get out.
Oh, I think that Trimsy saw that just from the edge of the smoke there. Tiggleton is distracting everybody from the flank position. Can we see somehow Tiggleton trying to survive this one through? Can he draw enough attention from Genji to not get any control on this? Trimsy advancing forward, should spot out Esther at any given moment. Crests around, they spot out
दिखता नहीं है क्या? हाँ, ये हमें दिखता है ऐसा.
हमें दिखता है. अच्छा अच्छा.
लोकी बैठा है यहाँ.
Good control. Now popping back into Genji's favor. Shooting into the smokes, trying to make sure that they get the flush. They do not want the risk coming into play. It's going to be Shrimsy off of 1 point. Tiggleton is already down off of it. And it is just Shrimsy having to contest against a very strong Genji. Pio just rolling around inside of the Shrimsy. You've got no angles to control, and it's going to be a massive great game coming out from Genji.
I was waiting for it. I knew you had something. I knew you had something for me at the end of that one. Genji. Well, I don't really think this does enough to get them in the conversation for first. Maybe money. I doubt it, though. I think it's going to be too far away. But a good win regardless. The real story for me in this one is going to be Sonics holding on to that second place. They are neck and neck now with 4 AM coming into this next game. The last game coming up, Matt, it is going to be a nail-biter.
This is just so ridiculous. We're finally seeing teams that we had high expectations for. Genji, 4 AM coming alive. Sonics, you gotta give it to them though.
Hello.
They fought for that one. They wanted it and they found opportunities, but it was so difficult. Genji just had such an entrenched point, and we're really just feeling the momentum of this. So let's go ahead and throw it. Toffees.
चलो भाई लोग लास्ट मैच नहीं देखेंगे हम लोग और हम लोग जाते हैं. ओके चलो बाय बाय रात में आते हैं.